Alright, folks. Yo. Yo and yo. Haha. Fuck you. Giving me a taste of that fucking writing early, man. Don't you think you're already gonna OD probably during this stream? Shit, man. Alright guys, so decided to jump into this in the early morning here instead of late night. Don't have much left, plan on 100% it today, now. Don't know how much is left. Probably, I don't think 13 chests is the rest of the game. But maybe. If not, there's like maybe one more area, I'd imagine. But this might be it. Oh. Anyways, we'll be, you have that pulled up so you can look away. You don't look away, man. You need to look at every fucking second of this. So anyways, when we left off, I don't know, it's been pretty low-key, overwhelming. We're just kind of here to talk to this guy, because he told us, hey man, he's gonna maybe find he's gonna help us somehow with her problem, which is she's possessed by the devil, I suppose. It's not terribly, like, solidified, like, it makes sense what's going on, but it's kind of us just, like, following some guy around out of nowhere after she kind of made up with their dad, and it's not really like an exciting like moment or like really a climactic moment. We're just kind of here. Maybe it'll build into something, I'm not sure, but really the whole story's kind of been that way. We've talked about it quite a bit already, but it's kind of a whelming sort of whatever story at this point. I feel like a lot of the tension and build-up is kind of just deflated, and there's been a lot of contrivances and bullshit to even get us to be able to keep doing side quests and be here. It just feels very sloppy story-wise, which is a shame for how much it is part of the game. I would say this game has the most story out of any of them. I think 7 felt like it had more story because it was so much more fucking annoying, but that was also because you were used to oldies a lot more than this style. Well, there's some loot up there, but We'll see how many levels we get in here, if I'm gonna like end up getting to 90 and fucking with that. I imagine I will, but... This fucking Xenoblade ass music, man. Ooh, skill at this point, though. Let me loose, bro. What? Lost Kokitis. Yeah, we've wrapped up all the side stuff that I can find. I don't know why it wouldn't let me do that. Yeah, we'll get into it a lot more. Just ride it out and see what happens. Gotta say, a lot of reskins in this. Like a noticeably large amount. I don't care about reskins in some games, sometimes. I guess you just kind of crank through these anyway, so it doesn't really matter what face they're wearing, but quite a bit. Even the super boss was one of those guys we just fought, and there's been like 4 or 5 of them. Yeah, I mean, if you couldn't tell if you're fresh in, I've been iffy on it. It's still East, so I still enjoy it. I feel like they could have done a lot better, and it has a lot of problems. And honestly, it kind of continues a sort of downward trajectory. I feel like the series has been on not a free fall by any means, but you know, it takes a while for one of these to come out. And it's a series I like a lot, so well, it's still nice they exist and they're still fun. You're definitely, you know, hoping from the best from them, right? That's what's gonna keep them coming. That's what you like. Especially for the runtime of these now. Big old open areas here, huh? Los two Kokitis. God, I really wish you could grapple while you're like jumping off that thing. There's like a huge delay. Yeah. At risk of overly repeating myself, I'm sure we'll get a lot more into it as we go. I mean, if anybody wants to talk about anything, by all means. Kind of just waiting to see how this plays out. What chapter is this? You know? Chapter 10? It's the last chapter, probably, or damn close to it. Maybe they'll slide another one in, but we're kind of at 95% total completion. We got some loot high up. That remains to be seen, buddy. I don't believe it. What a real chap. Threaten me with that emote. I don't think. Like, the song's going for this big epic thing, and that's cute, but man, if I don't think the build-up is kind of matched that tone. Yeah, no problem. You in the middle of playing it, or thinking about playing it, trying to get a read on how long the game is or something? Yeah, no problem at all. Jesus, you just fucking crank these guys, man. Yeah, if anybody's gonna play this for the first time, don't play it on hard. Play it on like Nightmare. I'm just gonna ride it out on hard because it's interesting to see and compare it to the other ones, but I mean, it's not that different from, I guess, 8 and 9 in that aspect, where you just kind of just bust ass through it. Which, I mean, is rewarding in its own right. It's not like I'm not having fun on hard, but yeah, they definitely aren't too worried about the difficulty and all that of the last few. Whoa. Oh yeah. Well, I'd love to say I've got a bunch of combos, but at this point in the game, with the optimizations on the gear and all that, I really can just spam a couple big ones. I'd love to be doing some flow state combos or something, but you just kind of spam some of these endgame skills and they just melt. But yeah. Cool. There's not shit over here. We'll just eat shit. There's something up here, but I don't know how I'm getting to it. Oh, well. That's probably how. Where are we at? I get to that. Okay, grab that. I'd recommend getting Artbringer. That one's pretty good. Too good, if anything. That shit has like a super long range, and it keeps full damage the whole time. This is the first time they've locked me in the fight. Just obsessively checking the map here so I don't miss anything. Too many times now have I gone through an area and then turned around and realized I missed a chest, like in Timbuktu. But I just don't know where a lot of these are going. Alright, well, I think we want to follow that out. What? Thought it'd grab on. There you go. Oh, this was here? I didn't even notice. What did she mean by you know what that means? Oh, this cannon. I was like, I didn't look like it was working. Why did those ancient Nord statues look like manlets? They look like little chibi dudes. I'll warp back soon, maybe grab the last couple ship upgrades just for fun, for completionist sake. This area is kind of open enough, it lets you ride around on this thing freely. I don't know what the best single target is. Probably Ignis Cracker. Just because then you could swap to something else. A quick dump. Although the pentagram is invincibility the whole time. Like you really can't go too wrong with anything. I feel like you also get damage reduction on just normal moves too. And a lot of these endgame ones last a long time. Like I did the super boss earlier and you were the most safe when you're attacking. Oh god, one of these. I don't like to split up very much. Tend to be very samey. What is this? Side content? I'd be shocked if it was. We got two different paths, so. feel like you can make this. There's clearly something to like jump up on up there, but let's not waste our time. We got plenty of game left. I'm gonna go check over here first, and we'll come back. I was hoping he'd get a little lift there. I thought I was going to the right, and I'm like, wait, no, I gotta go to the left. Then I got neither. I don't know if I need any more of these corals. I thought for sure that would be far enough. There we go. That's pretty good, but man, these are just too good. I mean, it's 80% extra damage for pretty much no loss. I'm glad we came back. This was the side stuff. I'm not. I figured they wouldn't like. What is this? I figured they wouldn't have a split up that was optional, since there's only been like 3 of them so far. Yeah, these vocals remind me of a Samano track, like a Xenoblade X. I'm curious how people are gonna like the Xenoblade X experience. I gotta assume it's gonna have all of its multiplayer and stuff, so it might be neat. But I found it to be a pretty uneven-ass game. I mean, I didn't hate it or anything. There's things I liked about it, like the skull and shit, but or whatever it's called, the Mac. Oh, wait. But you get it pretty late, and so much of it, especially the story and how late some of those systems come in, and how unintuitive some of it is. Like, kind of just, it ends up being just a little. Like, it's an impressive game, but it's also just this very uneven, kind of messy game too. So that's why I'm curious how people are gonna like it. 3 months and die. Yeah, is it on the original Switch they said, or it's like next gen? Okay. Yeah, that's true. I mean, more just curious if if it's a launch thing, it might have multiplayer for longer, just because of the hype of being one of the launch games. But yeah, I mean, it's gonna. 3 months might be generous, really. How do I have to stay split up? There's more. Of course there's more. I missed it. I think I was getting too hopeful that it'd be a short split up. No, I've made it longer for myself. Can he just get up here anyways? They're pretty strict about it. So, yeah, I mean, I won't be playing it. I've already had my XCX fill like for one lifetime, but I'm gonna watch some people give it a go. The thing about Xenoblade Chronicles X is it made a lot of use of that extra screen to give a lot of information and shit. And I wonder if they're just gonna have that be like a menu you just pop into. Oh, Jesus. I'm really flubbing it right now, dude. UFO 50 rotted my brain. Mindless puzzle and I'm sitting here taking like twice as long on it. That's why I didn't notice it. Yeah, we'll see what bonus stuff they make though. They're talking about adding like new content or whatever, but I mean Xenoblade 1's added content was pretty bad. Doesn't mean that this will be, but I mean it could be their bar of quality, right? Just kind of like a quick justification for new fans to maybe dip in. The typical Nintendo strat. The Atlas special, maybe. Almost maxed out on this place. 98%. This might actually be it. This does not feel like a final bit, man. This feels like it could just be a zone and like any other Ys game, right? Like, yeah, the music maybe it sounds more final, but like the resistance, like anything happening as we go. Yeah, the floating platform freak. So we got floating boulders now, dude. These float. Yeah, as is customary. I want to master every skill before we're done. Well, I'm not going to master all the duo skills. Will I even hit 90 and get to that part of the tree? Do I even care? The Norman homeland. Excuse me. Looks valuable. I already got like 50 of them, you know. My brother. This lost cockatius is alright. If I wouldn't be like cranking it, but
辺りはなんだか気になるな。マナーを使えば何か見えてきそうだ。見つけた。
Leading hope. Jesus. A lot of motherfuckers out there. We're just coming up and around? It looks like it. I mean, if we could get all these guys together, I'd kill them all, but I don't know if I give a shit otherwise. I'll just back up that way. Like nothing. This might be like the XP farm zone right here. I think it's good. Whoa! I almost made it. God, you don't get much control when you're jumping off and on stuff. You're stiff at times. I think a little bit more freestyle would be good. It doesn't really like hurt. You kind of just gotta stop cold. That was weird. It's gonna go all the way back. If you could like actually nail this and skip that. You need a lot more speed though. Jesus, dude. I jump so late. Like if she's going down even a little bit, it just doesn't work. That's alright. We'll just go back through. I think you could make it if you had some like, just like a little bit of a slope, but I do not. This area has like the makings of like maybe a cool movement thing, but it's like too little too late and it's pretty stinky at times. Hopefully they can like focus in and do something with it. Another one. This is dude. Okay. His controls are reversed. As of course they are. Jesus. That's happened I think like once. We've seen the control reversal. Lotus elements don't pop up very often, man.
マナよ。
すごいじゃねえか。
この辺りはなんだか気になるな。こんなものがあったとは。
Yeah, this is it. We're literally about to finish it.
マナーを使えば何か見えてきそうだ。何かあるみたいだ。
Anything over there we were missing? We really were the East End Nordics.
行くぞ行くぞ。ふっ先を急ごう。
More buried treasure, one more normal treasure, and one more crystal cluster. Okay.
マナよ。
I like how none of the enemies in this zone are unique. They're all reskins. For the final bit. You remember how many unique ones there were in 8? I don't know. I feel like there is like a budget problem. Like there's no way they just were like, oh yeah, it's fine. Like, maybe these winged guys are unique? I don't think so.
見つけた。
3 dark whatevers is our last buried treasure. I guess that'll do.
あの扉は
Last actual chest.
終点。
I was like, it better be at least something like
何が
that.
待っていても恐れることはない。行こう、アドル。変わるぞ。
100%. There it is, man. Good, man. You might end up dodging fast. I think you overestimated the length a little bit. Unless this is some serious final bit. I said like 2, 3, 4 max. Probably gonna be 2. Not that I'm laying into fast stuff or anything. I just thought that was kind of general. Possible like amount of time it'd be. Doesn't really matter too much. Alright, let's see if we can get the last couple upgrades here. I don't know. What level am I? 86? I've got 3 free levels I could pop in. Max beast part. I don't know. Like I could get to 87. And then like like boost to 90 with those like items and then like do the last release. But man, do we care? There's like nothing else to do. That's 100%. I mean, I could sit here and like spend shit to roll for like better stuff, but it's like, I mean, we're gonna steamroll the boss, so it doesn't really make much difference. I don't even know if I can. I mean, I guess we could like just at least get the 90. I don't know if I'll add shit in there, but just to like get to the bottom of the tree or see if there's like 100 I could spend on these, but I'm just good to get to the end, honestly. What's the finale, Dogi? Ancient Vitality Formula. Wow. Hey. Make sure to grind those out. We'll upgrade. What's the achievements looking like? We could knock a few out maybe if they're simple, but all recipe entries? You have to like make them for that? You must have to. And there's very little reason to make everything. Max out affinity with all characters. Yeah, these are. This one's like 3.9%. This is like a nightmare playthrough. A nightmare. I don't know, dude. What's our XP levels like? God, we're at the start of this level, dude. Put on an XP boost, I guess. Mad? Yes. Okay, we'll boost XP, I guess. Like I said, I'm not gonna get max level, but we can at least get to the bottom of the tree here. I'm hoping these guys are worth a lot. A 99 skill chain. I don't think I even can do enough attacks to have these guys survive that long. So I'm not gonna do it. I'm not worried about it. That does actually melt them if you just get them all out there. Just want to see the bottom of the skill tree. I've killed like every enemy in this game, man, like 100% of it, and we're still not like even close to 90. I have to use my aesthetics and all that shit. Let alone max. I mean, do they just want to have some room for you to just grind for fun? Maybe there's like a post-game dungeon or something. Honestly, I'm kind of hoping there's not. halfway almost. These guys don't give shit for XP either, dude. We need to get to that big open area. The made for XP grinding zone. Man, I wish that was so much tighter. You have, like, you're pulling to the side and it's like still pushing you straight, but then it finally kind of gives you control and it just feels like, yeah. One of the few times you're like, I'm gonna try to do some cool shit, and it just doesn't quite work. Okay, can we get on this? I don't. This was not really made to go back, I guess. There we go. Patter jump. This is with like 35% XP boost. Jesus Lord. You can't pull everybody together. Not really. I mean, you can kind of pull them, but... Oh, there it was. I think the bar was actually smaller than I thought. Alright, let's get out of here. Alright, use the item on the last three. What does this do? Magna Disaster. Cool. Won't be maxing it, but at least we got it. I'm just gonna lazy do this. I mean, I could optimize it completely and then just like see how strong we end up, but I don't think it's gonna make much difference. Any doubles here? No, I don't think so. This one is. There a double? Oh, there is one. Okay, oh, that's... I was hallucinating. There wasn't any. There was one there too. Groovy. I'm just blind. You would think there'd be a few, you know.
この辺りなら
See if we can get all rainbows at the end for fun. For my man Adol, he deserves the best. Money can buy, alright? Alright, wow. And we've done it. Okay, time to wrap her up. And then shoot the shit about it, get the rest of the story, and I say a lot of things I've already said, but that's okay, and open up to, I mean, everybody's always open to bitch at it, but hopefully dig in a little extra. This is the big epic door with two little chibi guys. You got your essay ready, Godo? You've got so much you care to say, man, right? I don't think so, bros. It's
よくたどり着いたの。
How many bosses are we gonna fight?
ここはどことなくわしの故郷に似ておる。気が遠くなるほど冬が長く、目を見張るほど夏はその短い夏に見られる空が。ほほ、察しのいいことじゃの。
アドル。
やはりあなたでしたか、我が夫ロロよ。
え？
久しいの、リラ。いろいろと苦労をかけた上に、お前さんに合わす顔はないと思っておったのじゃ。
いいえ、私はもうこの世にあなたはいない。
ロロって、え？
Jesus, we're still. Can we get a big yeah? The whole crew rolls in.
やっぱりって100年以
もう数えておらんが、じゃがやり残したこと。
He's long since kept counting, but he knows he's over 140.
生きながらえてき
Shut
た。
the fuck up, man.
やり残したこと？グリーガーに国を滅ぼされて。
グリーガ、彼らを。
いきなりな。
リラもここにいると、玉座の正体。それは。
Oh god. The unconscious design is Persona 3, dude.
潜在能力、人に本来備わっている考えても人にとって世界とはその時代その場所にいる人々の認識に
No, it's actually this bitch in her dream. She dreams the whole place up, man. Are you trying to tell me, my guy, that humans decide how everything works and are manipulating her dream?
世界が変わると
It's their
した
playground, her dream,
それ
bro.
は人の
The
心
Lord.
と認識が変わっておるのじ
It's
ゃ
gonna be like the other East games where it's like the rules only apply to that one little zone. Like 8's the one that like probably jumps the shark a little bit there.
それはそうかもしれないけど、
では
それはわし人が自ら持つ力崩れてしまった玉座は
でもそうなると玉座がグリーガーを生んだというのは
Yeah, with the sin dudes or whatever the fuck they're called.
この地オベリア湾に暮らしどうせ何も変えられないもしくは変わそんな人の思いそのものが
グリーガーが
変えられない。だから不死。
わしが気づい人は安寧の時代である苦しい時代であれば目を世界を作る力を持ちつつもそんな人々が無意識
そうなると、
基本的にわしの母は生まれつき子を宿すことがで
His
きな
mother, oh no.
かったじゃったじゃが
Did she die in a
嫁ぎ
tragedy?
先は棟梁の追い詰められた母はロトに
あれ
Loto the god.
ええ神々の中
ロトにだけは祈るなって。
彼が混乱をもたらすノーマンを故郷から追いやったのは彼ただその混乱は悪いそれゆえに彼にすがる神々から
母の祈りを聞いたロトは
The three
3
malices.
つのそうして生まれたの
Are we gonna
が
kill God or just roll him in?
それを知った時そうまでして自分そしてリラは無意識の奥底
ロロ
ただそのことが大異変とわしは自分人から生まれた悪意を打倒するには
まさか
戻れ三将たちよわしはお前たちの真の主はここじゃ
You're just gonna pull in the stuff from her? It's just that easy? And then we'll beat him up. So if you just kill the dude who has it, then I mean, what then? Hasn't that happened before? I mean, maybe not, I guess. He's still alive. Guess it does work. They don't just fly away somewhere. We'll find out. Maybe there's a... Oh, of course, he's young now. Big nose.
危ない危ない
His voice is lame as fuck.
大異変当時の俺では彼らを撃つこと人々の無意識領域であるビフレス悪意たちの力を削ぐ狙いもあった
頭の中に浮かぶこの
自らの無意識からそんな
He's good. He's got lightning
クレ
for
ン。
悪意に打ち勝つにはきっと実現するこうありたいという強い意志と思い打算的な裏付けではなく根拠がなくとも自分を信じる勇気を持つことが大切だアドルお前が手に入れた剣ヘイムスクリング
this blade he's gonna throw away at the end of this
ここ
game.
まで旅を続けてきたお前たち全員の勇気そのもの
Wouldn't it be crazy if Adol had all of his insane swords at once in a
今こ
game?
そ俺を打ち倒してみせよ
He's had like a dozen.
こ 全てはこの時のために。
分かった。でも条件がある。
条件だと？
リラ、あんたはあっちだ。
Goofy smile.
じいさん、今度こそリラと一緒に戦ってやりなよ。
アドル、母ちゃん。
いやいや、こんなに気持ちの良いことは
That
な
was
い。
belt.
この島へたどり着いたのがお前たちのような若者でよかった。リラ。
I mean, what if they win? Wouldn't that be bad? like, what if they accidentally go a little too hard? I mean, do they got a sandbag? I mean, they just say, oh, I guess we're destroying the
あ
world.
んたの本当の姿か。
A mermaid, of course.
アドル、母ちゃん、ありがとう。
What is she looking at there, like underneath her? Dude's got a hot mermaid wife. Is he really the bad guy?
余計なことをした。
Oh, we're really in for it now, hey buddy? Oi, oi, oi.
そうだな。
Every character's a dumbass.
私たちはこの時のために旅を続けてきたんだな。
Such a weird
絶対
finale.
負けられねえ
It's
戦い
kind
だ。
of here. He just sucks back. Like, he just sucks back in this random force, and they were just supposed to kill him. I mean, it feels like they just wanted to have this fight against some, like, ancient Nordic guy, and everything else is so drastic.
行こう、兄弟。
And there's two of them.
この世の悪意に打ち勝って100年以上の時
Oh, I should eat food, huh?
美味しいな。
こうして肩を並べられる日が来るとは。リーダー、あの時はすまない。
あなた、それはいい子。
Oh, wait. She's not even wearing her equipment, dude. She's still wearing the XP stuff. Oh, well.
この一刻に全てをかけなさい。
覚悟するがいい。
大丈夫ですか、あなた。
You're gonna be missing out on like 80% extra damage. Not that you can really tell. Dang, buddy, I can't hear anything you're saying. We're in the Japanese, my friend. Yeah, she might fucking ignored it, mate. We would have been able to do way more. I had my items equipped. I forgot. That was the whole idea. It's like, you know, you weren't gonna have like a fight. You'd rather have like the full ass kick.
こいつは
すごい。
すごい。
楽しいな、アドルか。
Very interesting.
され続けた生の果てに、お前たちのようなものと出会えるとは、ハールに。いや、ロトにすら感謝したいくらいだ。
Can I change my equipment? I don't know why they don't let you.
最高の戦いにするぞ。若き希望の兄弟たちよ。
Oh, she's here too.
ペロッと食べちまったな。
What potions do we have? I might as well use them.
それじゃあ行くか。
俺の手から生きて帰った獲物はおらん。交代だ。確保しろ。アークブリガー。切り裂け。アークブリガー。行くぞリラよ。捕らえられるか。消し飛ぶ。逃げ場はないぞ。
Are we waiting for scripting right now? Yeah, we're waiting on it. The guaranteed grab from Hella. What's the point of that? Shame my damage is nerfed, man. I don't even tell what's going on, man. Do we have any other cool stuff? An empty bottle. Not really. They just all float around just randomly, man. It's so fucking wacky. I'm gonna just do this one because it's really hard to see where they are. Can anybody see what's going on right now? Hopefully most of your moves you can just stand still and that's enough. He missed. I look like an overly long amount of time on the ground. Oh, they're scripting again. Damn, that does some work. I probably would have one-shot him if we had the 5 times. Do we find God now? Or do they just go on? So why did they just leave when he dies? Why don't they just go to her again? The fuck was even the rules on that shit, man? Like, is it open? God, what a fucking visual mess. He had a few cool attacks like the boat, but Christ, if I couldn't see the goddamn thing.
いるな。もしか
And
して
half of the attacks at this point
彼
are
女の意
super
志が風と
nasty
して具
anyways.
現化していたのは。
さよう。彼女が人が本来持っている世界を作る力によるものじゃ。
They have the power to real do imagine
彼
things.
女の強い意志と思いもまたカージャたちの絆を紡いでこの結末を導く大きな力となった。
本当にいろいろなものに支えられた旅だったんだな。
Oh, that's how they're gonna explain it this time.
アドルの剣も。
その剣もお前たちの潜在能力、すなわち可能性を権限させたものだ。役目を終えた今、あるべき場所へ帰ったようじゃな。ずっと自分を打倒できる人間を待っておった。人は弱い。だがそれゆえ
The humans are weak, but that makes them strong. Line. Are you done with the fucking platitude philosophy, man?
そして最後には憧れた。
じいさん。
アドル、最後に答え合わせをしようかの。空っぽだった宝箱の中身、わしの一番の宝じゃと言ったのを覚えておるか？先ほどの剣、ヘイムスクリングラはお前さんたち自身の可能性。わしの宝物はのお前さんたちということじゃ。お前さんたちは世界の可能性だ。
She's a murderer. Maybe Adolf, sure.
なら
Is her job just to say Rolo occasionally?
ついに自分にもお迎えが来たようじゃな。
How about a word for your wife at the end here?
この島でアドルと過ごした時間もかけがえのないものじゃった。母ちゃんも苦労をかけたの。
じいさん。
It is really goodbye.
当然じゃろう。わしはもう100何歳じゃっけ。
143歳です。あなた。
ああ、そうじゃったか。なに、別れが来
She
て
had
も
him down to the fucking
絆
ear.
は残る。
大丈夫？
ありがとう、リラ。
Glad she didn't take any serious damage.
行き尽くしたよ。ようやく確認できるの。ワルハラがどんな場所か。アドル、カージャ
Gotta keep yapping.
覚えておいて
Honestly, in a better story, this character would be neat.
くれ。
Dealt the wrong hand
人は
and
世界を作れる。
become something else after it all.
それだけは
Big willpower and stuff, but Jesus, he's attached to this, and there ain't much to be done.
ノロ？あなた。
Why didn't she use her true form to help us earlier? Maybe it doesn't do anything different. Lies. 2 at once. Her dad was useless. He wasn't even. All he did was fuck everything up. He wasn't even there at the end. What a fucking tool. You're supposed to light the top, not the boat, man. It's gotta go out to sea still first, but... Okay. Are they gonna renounce their ways yet? Is that their culture?
神々の愛とそしてご加護。
神か。ロロはその神に翻弄されて実際どう思って。
思うところはあるだろうよ。だがよ、聞く限り見事な生き様だったと思うぜ。ワルキュリアよ、王ワルハラには。
だな。すべてを背負って。
アドルさん、ガージャ、あなたたちにはなんと本当にありがとう。あの人の最後の笑顔、まさかこんな
じいさんがしてくれたことを考えりゃ足りねえくらい。それよりリラ、
まだ何も。ただあの人が守ろう。それがどんな形に、そういえばアドルさん、
そりゃあまあ最初は引き止めようと思ったけどさ、人が成長するのに必要なことで気づくためにはアドルにとって冒険の旅は必要なことなんだよ。だから引き止めるのは、隣にいないのはなんだか落ち着か。母さんの枷が外れたのもそう。
それを言うならカージャだっても自由に生きろ。
だから。
なるほど
だな。さてと、アドル。
Everybody's just standing there while they're chatting about their life. Nobody's saying a damn word. They're just fucking like complete NPCs in the background. Maybe they're trying to enjoy the moment, like soak it in, and they're just yapping here about fucking off.
私も用事があるし。
Like how they didn't even have like a final like boat fight, only against the Baltic Sea Force. They cared so little about it. I mean, even Phantom Hourglass managed to squeeze in like a boat fight at the end, man. That game sucks ass.
定期戦が来るまでドギやフレア先生と合流したら。
Is Flare gonna stay behind then?
そうなの？定期戦じゃなくてサンドラス号で、その方が時間を気にしないです。私がそうしたいって。私はここで待って。
As close as you can get. She won't say all the way because then you'd fucking question what ship you rolled in on without like a wreck on. Alright, let me go check this bonus content. I guess I could talk to people on the way. Man, these characters were all so fucking forgettable, man. I mean, 8 wasn't good in story, but Christ, man, I felt like it went through a bit more with them than these guys. They're just kind of here. Who are we missing on, like, people? Or did we get them all? All people entry. Maybe we're about to find out in the secret. Or you have to talk to every rando. What happens with Flare? Isn't Felgana after this? Not Salsetta? Do they just stop by Felgana on the way? Because East 3, Travelers from East, is Felgana. Is it not? And that's right after 2. Unless they put Salsetta before 3 already, that early in the series. Guess it's possible. Like a timeline. Vortex. This is just where they're at. It is. Wait, the massive image. Yeah, I mean, he'd have to go left and then back up right to get the Felgana. Origin 1-2 Salsetta Felgana Data and Epishtim 7-9. Okay. Yep. They're good. Nice tears. I'll come back to Karnak someday. No. Yeah, I don't get it. How did the fuck did he get back? How did he get to Nepishtim? Was that like some sea wreck and he just drifted off through the ocean? I was almost expecting it to make sense. But then it's like he goes left, then he ends up going right. And then he like goes all the way left and then down. Yeah. I don't remember how Nepishtim starts, how it happens. What Easter egg are we getting? God. Nothing was hung up. to. Oh, why not? Rafe Kino. His dad sacrificed himself. Real talk. Thanks for the localization, motherfuckers. Jesus. Real talk. Hate all. FR. No cap. Hate all. But my brother got ran over by a cart. On God. Hmm. How do I get there again? Oh, the lighthouse is over there. What's up, Ghost? Okay. Didn't be any monsters. It's funny, that fight was still so pissed easy and we didn't even have 80% of her damage. Remember taking hours to kill a boss in like an edition or art? An edition? I remember. I mean, it depends on what difficulty you end up going on a lot of these, but I'm waiting to see some fucking character from another game, man.
ロロ様の葬儀を終えた今回の件ではおかげでこうして平穏なオブだが君からいつまた現れるかわからない世界は人の手に委ねるとはいえこれからもきっとそうなのだろうさてとアドル君にはバルタ水軍にとどまり君から自由を奪わない方が将来面白いことになるそれに君とはありがとうとひとまず言わず
Is this guy in like a game? And I forget who he is? Is he like in 7 or something? Who is he? The characters are so forgettable that he could just be anyone. Okay, I thought they like maybe brought him in as like an extra dude or something. this it? Is what we're doing?
さすがに北は寒いな。あれから46年か。せっかく夢を実現したのに、船団ごと姿を消しちまうとはな。そうでもなきゃ彼女が遅れをだが、そうなると俺たちも覚悟を決めなきゃな。
Is this them like in the far future?
今さらだろう。仮にお前さんが断ったとしても、彼女との約束が。
Who? Okay. Okay, I was like, that would make sense. Yeah, I was like, I thought that was where it all happened. So it has something to do with Karja, too? And I'm guessing that was Dogi that he brought back in or something. But what did they say? Something was going on? They're building up a little something. They're just a little touch. Interesting. I didn't really catch everything. Big-hearted man. Their fleet vanished after achieving their dream. I mean, if they vanished, I would not be surprised. Like, they're going for revenge. I mean, they're not gonna say kill Oliver. If anything, he'd be fucking a second, man. I don't care how old he is. You know who always did like to toy with people's fate? You know who? Is it the god or whatever? The Toto guy? Is that what they're going for? They brought him up. They're bringing dark fact back, bros. The darker fact. Darker than fact. I mean, that was cute. For sure. I wouldn't do too much. Nothing that they can't back out from, because, I mean... You write that story, and I mean, that's kind of it, right? I mean, yeah, you could do more before. Or you make it a Sekai, and he just becomes a young man again somehow, and just say, fuck it. East is that kind of game, series. I just wish the stories were more, like, cut and dry like they used to be. More just, straight to the meat and potatoes, no extra bullshit. Just he's on another adventure, he's doing the thing, and then we move on to the next one, and it's fun, and... They really don't need to tie it into her either. Like, really do it. Like, I really want to have to see Karja in a fucking, like, another game at some point. I'm hoping it's just, like, something happening in general. Maybe if I feel like it, I'll promise him and then let him down. With Ashley. Gonna hop on a passenger ship. I want to be careful on that. Good luck.
というわけで、あとをよろしく。
あ、たし
目が届かないところで、アドル、私の代わりとして、お前は次から次へいろいろなことに巻き込まれる。
俺はノーマンじゃないから立て。
確かにアドル君には時には励まし、
先生もカージョも人のことは言え。
よし、それじゃあそれぞれ。
So where is this doctor in Salsetta?
さらばカルナックだな。
復興した町よ、いつかきっと。
Are they just retconning him in, or does he like die on the way?
それ
Like,
でアドル、
what's up with Flair,
ど
dude?
こまで送ってくかだけど、セルセタ地方のキャスナンは内陸部だから港がないのよね。そうすると結局定期船の寄港地になってる。
おーい。
あれは
They're just trying to say that the reason you don't see her in Salsetta is because you have to like swap boats, I guess. Who are these people?
みんなそれぞれ新しい目標に向かって生きていくらしいわ。
They all got over the death of their mother.
あの時母さんと話した時から私にも目標がで
At
きたわ。
least they didn't overpush the
海
romance.
に出てノーマンたちの新たな故郷を築き
Now
上
this
げて
is
みせる。
replaced where we Normans can build
母
a
さ
new
んたちの
home.
夢を今度は私が引き継いでみようと思う。もちろん私自身の意志で。道のりは
And
相
they
当
mentioned
険
she
しいと
did
思うけ
that?
どさ。
Or was it about to?
じいさんのあんな生き様を見せられちゃったらね。わかんないけど頑張ってみるわ。アドル、何十年か経って私がばあさんになって
Oh god.
アドルがじいさんになっても私たちはずっと
How many people he's made these bonds with, lady?
アドルが困っていたら私はきっと助けに駆けつける。だから思い出した時でいい。たまにでいいから私のところへ遊びにおいでよ。
No. I'm glad they didn't push her being thirsty for him too much. They kept it in their pants on that, I would have to say. 8 and 9 were much more heavy on it. I would say overall they don't push the waifu aspect too hard in this at all. Surprisingly, for all the other tropey nonsense and bullshit they do pull. Best character. Maybe people think because she's not like waifu thirsty for him, that magically makes her like have depth and a maturity or something. I don't know, she's pretty whatever. He's like a get it done kind of character, which is fun to have like along with him, but she didn't really have like an arc. He was pretty much this way within like 5 minutes after the initial murder, and then she's just been that way the whole time. She's not really like, I mean, I didn't feel like there was any big arcs or anything. All this story, and it's just like you're just kind of meandering from beginning to end. Edward Bosco. can't really skip this. This game just makes me want to play one of the old ones. Maybe I'll do that playthrough of Origins at some point where I play the chick, and I never did. That was 100%, man. Well, technically I didn't get all achievements, so maybe yeah, it's time for another run. It was 100% adventure. We'll go for 200%, do another round, right? Well, like I said, I think we might have finished a little too quick to get fast on some of them in here, but well, what did you guys think? Saw a little, saw a lot. What's the verdict on East 10 Nordics, the 50 millionth game in the East series? It's a series I like quite a bit. It's usually just solid, clean to really good. A couple dips. I think we're in the dip moment. We're in the dip arc with 9 in this one. They're still fun. They're still clean. I think other than 7, and even that's got its fun. I don't think there's out of your main installments really any that just fucking blow chunks, right? We're dipping so far. We've been on. I would say I like 9 better than this. Straight up. I don't remember if I did an East tier list. Let me see. Could do one. Would be a really surprising list, but we could do one. Do we have a list somewhere? I could just blast it out. I mean, Felghana, Nepishtim, and Origins are really similar to me. I mean, I put Origin higher, but Nepishtim and Felghana, I forget a lot of differences. Be the same. Well, I could rate 1 and 2 different. 2 is definitely more tedious, but the rest we could definitely figure out. Alright, tier list. East game. Problem is, East is not gonna pop up easily. Go to template. Does this have Nordics on it? Does not. Ain't nobody got a Nordics for me. Oh, no, this one's got Nordics and shit. Typing of East. This looks like everything. I guess we could do this one. I think this one will work, right? There's so much bullshit in here, though. I'm just gonna pull them out. The typing of East, man. To be continued in Adol's next. what is the doctor, man? When does he go? Is there another game in between this? The problem with this list is I can't find the... And can't tell what each of these is, bro. I'm gonna have to pull out the ones that are actually real here. Anyways, I should probably talk about this game first, then we can get into the tier list. Like, this has like every version of like some of these, man. Salsetta. We'll figure this out. I'm guessing this is supposed to be 9. 7. Oh wait, this is... These... Fuck, this list is all over the... Wait, this is Salsa. What is this one? I'm just pulling the right ones out. We'll get to it in a minute. Anyways, guys, East 10. Yeah, I thought it was just kind of alright. Overall. I had a lot of problems with it. And I think the DNA of East that makes it stand out despite, you know, maybe not being like the craziest high fidelity thing on earth, right? You know, always it's pace, it's focus, it's fun, fast gameplay, polish, and enough variety, great music, you know, and all that kind of stuff to really keep a full ass adventure entertaining. I think this one introduces a lot of new systems, like the boat, the skill tree thing, different kind of move tech that is just not really that good. It's got fundamental flaws. The boat stuff, the AI is really bad. The whole thing is just very flat in general. There's no like waves to think about. Most upgrades on it end up just being just spam everything. There's not many real fights for it. Like the world isn't really made for it super well. It's like battles you have to like force yourself to go to, and most actual fights on the boat are like side content. And like those, like the raids end up just being like spamming random abilities into the ocean. It doesn't even matter. And so there's just like these major systems like that just kind of, I feel like, have a major lack of polish. But also at times just a fundamental just issues like that. I don't know. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, conceptually, having like a boat in East would be cool. Like if it was quicker and you're doing like little drive-bys, and you know, maybe you're killing guys more often with it, and ramming shit. Like you can imagine East, you know, a fast action game, action RPG, like it working out pretty well, but it just doesn't come across as rewarding enough for all the effort you put into it. Even just as a moving home, it's cool to like recruit people, but it's the same formula they've been doing since 8. So 8, 9 in this one, and it just is probably the worst iteration of it, really. The characters just aren't interesting. You unlock some cute things on there, but, you know, because the ship is just kind of whatever, it doesn't really feel like much, and all this bartering and extra vendors and all that stuff just feel like fluff. Like, we have like 50 different resources and stuff just to kind of fill out more crap, and it just doesn't mean as much. I feel like, I mean, obviously with really oldies, they cut all the fat. It's just a fucking clean ass, fast adventure with good upgrades, where you're getting bosses in different areas quick, and then you're fucking done. You know, 8 really pushes the hours. It's like 50 plus hours, but it has enough of that DNA that it's a fine like new page for it. But yeah, this just messes on a lot of that. I think the new gameplay is like fine, but it's pretty sloppy too. Oh wow, but good was yeah. Oldies for goodies. Yeah. But yeah, the gameplay, I mean, it's not fucked. It's probably the least fucked thing. But even then, it still ends up just being very spammy. This is probably even easier on hard than East 10 or East A was and 9. I think it over focuses on super long, flashy moves instead of just like high impact moves where you have to like still worry about dodging and blocking and stuff. This has like damage reduction when you use stuff or just outright invincibility. Needing the time. I mean, in the beginning you might do some blocking. I like the system where you block, and if you get perfect blocks, you get multiplier, and you could spend the multiplier and get crazy damage. I think it's a cool system conceptually, but it just comes out so like half the time you're not even bothering with it in the late game. Or it doesn't even do as much damage, like it's just spamming a normal ability. The accessories are just super OP, like they still got the cloaks, they're giving you shit that's like 80% more damage at like no cost. So like finding stuff doesn't feel as good because I mean most accessories suck and there's like really obvious great ones from the beginning. Or ones like the map one where it's like you need to have it on to be able to see where the treasure chests are, it'd be a nightmare otherwise, so. Just a lot of like odd decisions, and especially I would just call this an extremely unpolished game. On a technical level, I mean it's fine, right? But just gameplay and stuff, just weak there. I mean the issues keep going. I feel like the level design was weak. You get this move tech where you're on the skateboard and you can do the grapple. And in theory, those should flow together really well, and the levels should make a lot of use of them. And the moves should be really fast so that you could keep up with all that kind of speedy stuff. But it just doesn't. It's very stop and go. There's like abilities you have to use to like just like light bushes on fire, like make really like 2-foot tall platforms, and it just kind of stops you, and they're not interesting. It's about as basic as you could get for like just a obstacle. I mean, it's like bottom of the barrel type of shit. So when you fill a level with those, and most of, it feels like there's like 10 enemies in this game reskinned like 1,000 times over. That coupled with honestly a pretty weak art direction. These games have never been like big budget, like super great lookers. I mean, the old ones, I mean, East 1 and 2 are probably the best looking games out of the series, but what they would have was like a certain kind of grounded fantasy that would dip into like crazier stuff for excitement, but made sure to still have a lot of variety within that, right? Like you say it's on an island, but you're getting caves, you're getting coves, you're getting special like landmarks and beaches and cities and marshes and ghost ships, and I mean there's something new every time, and the way they're laid out is really aesthetic, and it really lends itself to feeling like an adventure, right? The speed you move through it, the energy of the music, this just doesn't have that. A lot of these songs, they feel phoned in, they feel like B-side, kind of like what they had in the, left over from like 8 and maybe 9. There's a few good songs, but, the music's not getting you. The aesthetics don't change much. I mean, the only time it's not just like a plain grass island, it's some kind of gray building or gray boat or, whatever. I mean, the final area was looking like you could just imagine that being anything. It's just a gray island with a couple floating rocks. The only thing fancy about it was way more open and let you hoverboard around, which was kind of cute. But yeah, I mean, I was actually just surprised. I was like, oh, this is it. This is the end, right? Like, compare that to like 8's ending where you're going through like 4 different wings of like 4 completely different like civilizations with unique art styles or whatever, and their own little bosses and stories, and the big giant boss in the center before that. And I wouldn't even call that godly, but like Jesus, dude, it doesn't even hold a candle. So Just weak level design, unimaginative. It feels like budget. I don't even. It feels like, it does feel like budget. We were saying it wasn't. I honestly do feel like that's part of it. Maybe there's an incompetency. Maybe there's a talent drain or something to a certain extent. Maybe the Trails influence has affected it. But when you're reusing these enemies for the millionth time in this level, and there's no new things happening, like, you gotta know that's just not the call. Like, they know. Anybody would know, right? Like, in the final level, it just feels like, I wouldn't say phoned in. It doesn't feel like a cynical game, like a lazy game or anything like that, right? I don't know about even rushed. I mean, maybe just very... Just none of the notches are dialed up. It's all kind of dialed down. It doesn't feel maybe bare minimum. It doesn't feel like there's like no passion or they didn't give a fuck at all, but there's definitely not the eye for quality, then the desire or the resources or the talent or something in there to kind of keep it up with the rest of the series. Like, 9 dipped a bit too, but 9 at least tried to do things with the different like superhero forms and the explorable city and all that. And I'm like, yeah, I had an issue with music sometimes and art direction and, you know, once again, a kind of bloated story, but it was at least trying to do some shit, right? It feels like, you know, maybe it's not rocking as hard as 8 because 8's just kind of the perfect storm of cool shit. The gameplay and the stories, the synergize just super perfect, and the gameplay and the feel and everything, the music. So like, you're not gonna get that super easy, but at least I feel like they kind of give a shit in 9. 10 here, it's like, I don't know if they just got distracted by all these extra systems and then it kind of just like diluted the rest of it or what, but I find it hard to believe like they could play an old East or 8 or something and then like look at the feel and the level design and it's like, yeah, that's good, ship it. I don't know if Falcom's hurting. I mean, apparently they've got like 2-3 games worth of total flops and money they can, somebody said that they've got banks, so like, it can't be too bad, but I don't know. I mean, it's still fun. It still is flashy and fast and, you know, rewarding enough. It's cool nailing all the side quests and, you know, kind of just the feeling of completionism is strong in these. But there was never really any big moments where I just had that fire in you that, you know, you might have when you're playing an East game, that just raw excitement and momentum and stuff. And I would say probably one of the biggest problems outside all that kind of stuff is the story. That's the pace in this game is disgusting, honestly. I would probably, I don't know if people would agree, but I might say the story is the biggest problem with this. I mean, like, it's understandable. It's like barely serviceable. It's not like disgustingly shit, but it's just like forgettable. Characters are just dry. They all have like the same backstories with trauma and drama and mother's deaths and all that stuff, and arcs that appear and then are solved within like 10 minutes, and there's very little, I feel like, impact most of these characters have on the story. Lots of contrivances and arbitrary bullshit, like her being able to just suppress her crap for the last third of the game just so we can have side quests, and like when some of these bad guys are coming in, how tropey and typical and just textbook the dialogue. It is like the most textbook anime shown in dialogue for most of it, with just like really just lame, cheap, trying to just tear jerk you out with characters, and I don't know. And it'd be fine if it was just lame and simple like that. I like stuff that's like lame and simple like that when it just owns it and it's just like over the top and cheesy. But the problem is this like eats up, like, I would say at least half this game time, if not more. like a 6/10. It's kind of a random one, but like that kind of range, like a bit more than half kind of vibe, right? It's just raw cutscenes. And I was talking about momentum and fluidity and like pace in old ones. And obviously that, starting with 7, starts to dip a bit, but still is there for the most part. Has enough strengths to get you by. But in this, it's like every 30 seconds of cutscene. You know, oh, you're gonna play the game for like 10 minutes, here's a cutscene. You're gonna walk 5 feet, here's a cutscene. And it's like, maybe not the worst that's, you know, of a game that's done that, but it still doesn't make it like good. It's just not really East, and if it is gonna be East, they need to make it worth that. Interruption all the time, and pace breaker. I mean, the game starts out with 5 hours of story, pretty much. There's like probably 20 minutes of gameplay in there. You'd be halfway done with any oldies game. Once again, that's fine. I don't mind slow. I don't mind building the world. It makes the stakes better. But if it's gonna be like that, and cut into, I feel like, what is strong about the DNA of these, just for some fucking generic, contrived, like textbook fucking like shonen story, man, like somebody needed to fucking rethink that whole deal. This would have worked better as probably a bare bones, just like set up an adventure, searching for somebody in the fucking ocean, and going to sea and all this cool stuff, and cultures and locations kind of story than this like big long like drama between her dad and these ancient Viking fucking like ancestors and stuff. I mean, all these little sepia flashbacks and shit. You're just like, God, Jesus, dude, it's just the same crap all the time. I just find the whole thing to be kind of a flat line. Like, Issa's never been about storytelling, but I have a lot more fun with the stories in the old ones because they're just so simple and to the point. Adol's in a new place. He's adventuring. This is the culture. These are the stakes. Let's go. And then a little bit of story here and there, a couple characters and villains, and it's just like fun. God, Adol just busting ass with it. And this, it's like, since 8 and 7 and stuff, they just introduced so many fucking characters all the time. They give them screen time, but it's not like enough for you to care. But it's like, technically they have enough hours to do it. It's just how effective the dialogue is. It's so tropey. Everybody's got like a Piccolo reaction to everyone. Everyone's talking about how great everybody is. Oh, that character's just, that's just what they do kind of shit. Yeah, the fucking the trumpeter, man. But yeah, so I think if you're an East fan, like a series fan, it's not like a skippable one. It's still worth just playing. I mean, if you just have like a lot of fun with like the general East formula, and you know you really liked 8, and you know 9 was fine with you, this is fine too. I think it's worse than 9. And I wasn't huge on 9, but it's not like, it's not beyond the pale. We're not like free falling. It's just kind of a steady little decline, I feel like, in the games. Oh shit, stuck in my throat. My nose. I know there's probably a bunch of shit I missed. I don't know if somebody wants to talk about more shit, but I think that was about it, right? I don't know, there's just not many elements of this that were like super strong. One sec. It is drainage, man. My nose has just been bad lately. But my sinuses. And the problem also is that it's in the shadow of a much better, very clear, like, formula copy type of game, right? Like, 8 is so good, and it's like, this is pulling so many of the same cards from 8. From the way the quests look, how the quests reward you, to how the levels are fucking, like, giving you chats, to the crew members, to the raids, which are the worst and out of all 3 of these that have copied the same thing. And then 9 does the same thing as this 8. So it's like you're 3 of these deep. That's fine. Old East was the same shit every time, but I mean, they're also like 10, 15 hour games. These are like 40, 50. It's a little different. But when it's like so obviously going for like a formula to the point where some of it almost seems like an asset flip, and then it does it like worse by like a good chunk at times, it's hard to not get a little bit more kind of nasty with it. So I don't know. I mean, cool idea for Nice. It's neat to, you know, instead of him just running around, bring in like some mode of transport for the adventure, but I think they just kind of flubbed it, and whether it's because of that or not, they also diluted every other part of East and what was good about it. Not to the point of not being able to save it, but I hope the next one's pretty slick, so we'll see. Anyways, I guess we'll do an East tier list. I'm gonna take a little break. We're gonna turn on some East music. Yeah. Yeah, we'll be doing the ones I've played, which is all the main series, and generally I do the remakes over the originals, although I've done both in some instances. There's not too many spin-off. Yeah, shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, but I mean, you know me, right? Cracker might be right on that one. God. Peace. YS is not a great way to like. Let's make it play. East remakes are generally completely like new games. They don't really do remasters. Although they do, I guess, do remasters. I shouldn't say that. But usually you're like, you go ahead and play the remake. Like East 3 is like a Zelda 2 game, and then the remake of East 3 is a completely different thing. So I think the only remake or original I haven't played actually was the original East 4. Should we get Sunshine Coastline? Alright. We'll take a small break and then we'll get started on this. Like nothing has the energy of this in the soundtrack, dude. And the thing about East 8 is like almost every, like most songs had like good energy like this. And like almost nothing in East 10 has that. I can barely hear it. We can restart it now. We're gonna have it quiet for the tier list, but I'll turn it up till we get started. This. Yeah. It's crazy I could still recommend East 8 so readily after playing this, and I haven't played it in forever. We're gonna cut this. Make like another tier here. I'm just gonna get the main ones on here. I am gonna slap them on. I gotta find the right ones though. So it's like we got like typing of East, which I didn't even count that as its own game. I guess technically I did play it though. East 1 and 2? I don't know what Eternal Story is. I'm just gonna do East 1. This is just my own. I don't need every version to be accurate. This is, what is this? East 3? But this is East 3, Travelers from East. What am I looking at on some of these? Are they like cut off? This is the outsourced East 4 mobile. East 4. What is this one? Which East is this? This is the remake of 1 and 2? What do we got right now? 1, 2, 3. I need Felgana. Oath and Felgana. I'm putting the original 3 on here. I played it. Why not? I'll put everything I played on here. Why not? This is East Tactics. What do I got here? East 1, 2, 3, the remake of 3, 5, Origin, Falsetta. I don't need to put them in chronological. I should put them in like where's 7? We're also missing. Is this 7? I hate when these are like the worst cover art possible for these. This 7? What is this? What is this? What am I looking at? What is this? Is like cut off. This list sucks, man. These are all cut off. Is this 7? You can't see it. This one was 7. This one. Let's put it at the beginning of the like not chronological release order. 8, 9, 10. He's Pro Tour bowling. The most you're getting is like a Trails crossover, I think. What are we missing? 2, 5. Origin, Felgana. Falsetta. Where's Napishtim? Which one's Napishtim? Oh, it's this one. Right. Was Napishtim or Felgana first? Napishtim, right? And Origin was last. In release order. Napishtim was first, and then okay, so this is it right here. God, there's so many. These he just has like all the ports in here and shit. Like these aren't even like different games. We're looking at like Tactics, the original 2.4s because they're outsourced. The crossover with Trails, and I think that might be like it. But there's like all of this shit. Who knows? Maybe there's more, and I'm giving it credit for there, but. Wish it wouldn't do that. Alright, well if you guys want to do your own tier list, this is the what I'm working with, but I could relink it here. This is a nightmare. The ports, but the ones you're looking at are the ones generally most people have played if you're gonna play the whole series. Except maybe E3. I mean, East has been around since... God. I mean, it's surprisingly influential or no, like, been around long enough, but, like, people don't talk about it a shitload just because I don't think Falcon, outside of Trails, ever just gone, like, super big. It also helps that East has always kind of kept to its core and not really gone for, like, the big ticket kind of money. These have pushed, like, 8 sold probably the most in the series, and it pushed that angle more, but... Yeah, I mean, what, East 1 release date? 87? I mean, these fuckers have been around. like East is ancient, dude. I'll be right back. I wasn't even alive when East 1 came out. In 5 years. First one you played as Wanderers, yeah, and I liked that one. I had fun with it. Like I said, if you've not, there's not many games like Zelda 2. Wanderers is one of the few. It's also one of the most different of all the uses, funny enough. God, I guess it's the final boss music. Like, this is so much better than what we got in East 10. What was the East 10? Just like epic? I don't know. Oh no, wait, was this the final boss music? I don't remember. There's so many good ones. I think that might have just been a generic project. This might have been the final boss music? The hidden boss? Yeah. Much cooler. Yeah, 8 just has a great soundtrack. There's a lot of variety too. You can get the old shit, man. It's hard. It's gonna be hard to like play East music while I'm like talking because it's like so draws attention to itself, and that's what was cool about most East soundtracks is like this is just music playing at like a normal level in like East Origin. Like that's the feel of like good East games, right? Where you're just like hauling ass, kicking dudes in. Like, I think this was just like what, like the middle of the game, some level. Well, I mean, I'm not officially starting yet. I'll cut the VOD here. Is it the boss music? There's songs like that though that I don't like. I mean, still. I thought it was what played in the Fire Zone was Overdrive. This one that sounded like a fucking Which one's the fire one? I don't remember. C tier. Was it Silent Desert? I mean, the thing with Origin is like all the songs are this way anyways, no matter where you're at. That is the actual desert music. Try the one before it, Scarlet Tempest. Oh, this was the fire one, you're right. Yeah, much more relaxed. much more chill. But yeah, so I don't know. That's like, I mean, Origin's like the fucking high point for the series. I mean, it's gonna have like the most. Like you play that and you kind of get it. Desert After Tears. Anyways, let's turn it down a bit. Yeah. So anyways, folks. I don't know, do I need to like flash something on the screen to let myself know when I'm starting? Oh, this is a Zelda tier list. I don't know, whatever. This song fucked too, man. A 9? 10 just didn't have anything like this, man. And 9's not even that great! But it still had some bangers, man. They just lost the energy, man. In every way in this. Alright guys, so we're gonna do an East tier list now. I don't know when this VOD is cut, it's whatever. I always try to have like the tier list VOD do their own thing. Just finished East 10. Thought it was a little weak. Still had fun, but East is a very awesome series for me. I've always loved the speed and the pace and the music and the energy of East. And the upgrades and all that stuff. It's kind of moved away from that in some aspects, but in other ways it still kind of remembers it. I feel like 8 still remembers what that's all about and marries it with like a story. I think it's an excellent game. I think 9 and 10 don't remember that as well, especially 10. So it's cool to see the series like evolve or change more. Change is probably a better way to put it. But I am wondering in the future where it's gonna go. But we're gonna do a tier list of all the East games that I've played. It should be the whole series plus a couple of the originals and remakes and stuff. The only ones we're really not going to have on here are the original 4s, which there's 2 of, I think. Don't ask how that fucking makes sense. I might play those at some point. I think they're bump combat, I don't remember exactly, but they were outsourced. So I don't know if a lot of people play them. I don't think they're supposed to be bad, so we might mess with them, but... yeah, so... I put Typing of East in here. I didn't literally play Typing of East, but we played Typing of East in Zwei 1, was it? It was just kind of there. I guess technically I've played it. I don't know if I should put it on the list. I guess I should, I mean. I'm gonna count it as a game. I put it on my finish pile. We'll see. That one's just kind of there because I played it. But anywho, this list, I don't know. It's gonna be. It's been a long time since I've played a lot of these, and some of them are gonna be pretty similar. I think there's gonna be a couple like Felgana and Nepishtim that are gonna be hard for me to like choose between. But we'll generally be able to knock it out. So when I put something on this list, it's gonna change. I just like the kind of tier list stuff compared to each other, so I gotta get something on the board. So. We could start with some stuff at the top, huh? Let's put 8 at the top. Let's go for that. Maybe not like the best one, but one of the best. So, big fan of 8. For as much of an old head. okay. I'll put them both on what I want to do. I mean, I'm not looking to do a speed one, but yeah, that's probably right. As much of an old East head as I was gonna say, as I am, I think 8 captured the feeling of speed, the level variety, and meshed it with like amazing music and a story that actually makes sense for an adventure. They're stuck on a deserted island. There's dinosaurs and shit's getting weird. It's not a good story, especially as you get into the later parts. But the character stuff's fun for a bit, and it's at least like funny, and there's events happening all the time, like funny bad sometimes, or just goofy, or whatever. Like, it takes a lot of screen time up, but it knows when to be there, and it's always at least entertaining. It's memorable. Maybe not good, but like memorable, right? The side characters are kind of fun because they're all from different places, and their goal is all just to survive on this island. And a bunch of dinosaurs are fucking running raids on you, and you're defending your camp and shit. And it's just kind of like a cute mesh of story and gameplay, and you know, your goal is to explore and figure out what's going on, and that's the gameplay, and that's the story, and it's just no bullshit. So it's just really well done. It takes the party system from 7 that's honed a bit in Salsetta and kind of perfects it. I mean, it's, say what you will about that kind of combat. I mean, maybe it's not the right speed for you or something. It's very spammy and all that. But it's got the speed and the momentum and the ass kicking of most of these games. So I like it enough. It's definitely not like a pain to play. It's a good time. The level design's good. It's got art direction, you know, not fidelity, but it was a Vita game originally, so. And it probably looks better than East 10. So we're gonna turn this down a little bit. So yeah, East 8, just really excellent. It's not helps 9 and 10 at all. It's just that good. You're gonna play. It's probably one of those, like, if you're just like, you know, you've never played an East game and you're scared of like old games, I'd play 8. But we'll get into that because they're all really good, I think, for the most part. Not really. I mean, some of them aren't as good, but like it's a pretty consistently good series. I also put East Origin up there. This one's like the high god, like old school East game. I don't think anybody would be surprised. I don't think many people wouldn't put Origin up there. 3 playable characters, one of them is unlockable. Different play styles, just fast, crazy variety of levels, just fun bosses, clean challenge. You gotta remember, all these games tend to have like a challenge to them as well. I mean, you're going through the levels in a speedy way, and a lot of that's kind of your own making. Although if there's combos and it builds up meters, like it's about moving quickly through stuff. It pays off. It's part of the design. But and there's a lot of like nuance to master, which is kind of like just how you move, right? Like the old bump combat in 1 and 2. Like there's not many like special moves you have, but it's just kind of like how you move around quickly. And this one just kind of like really perfects that across 3 different playthroughs. Which you'll do too, and on your first time, and the third if you just want, because one guy's unlockable, whatever. So Yeah, just fun bosses. They're cool to learn. The music's rocking. I'm listening a little right now. You just can't go wrong with East Origin. As far as the old Adol type of ones, the PSP type of era, this one's king. It's my favorite era of East as well. To nobody's surprise, I mean, most people are going to say that, right? But that's just kind of how it is. They just really knew what was going on. If you like ARPGs, I would really recommend it. They're just clean 10+ hour games that just haul ass for a good time. What do we got now? This is where we gotta start getting a little more weird. I guess we could put like the next most obvious ones. I would probably put Felghana. I don't think Felghana's like way worse than these. It's just that these are that good, and Felghana's just kind of like, you know, it's no Origin, but it's pretty much Origin. Like, it's the same style, it's the same speed, it's the same, you know. Felghana's Chester, right? Chester. Where's Chester music, dude? I don't remember what one says. The theme of Chester. Yeah, more of like an actual like country to explore instead of Origin, which is going up a tower. So you get a bit different of like a visual, and it's more normal for what East is. That's what Felghana is going to look like. But same thing, cool art direction, just fun, fun bosses, cool speed. No bullshit gimmicks. I don't even remember really in Felghana what the gimmick was. Napishtim was the one with like the elements that you'd like cycle between, right? Honestly, Felghana and Napishtim, I played them pretty much back to back, and they run together really hard for me. Napishtim's gonna be just right next to Felghana. You just can't go wrong with any of the old solo Adol PSP era ones. Origin, Felghana, Napishtim. I guess there's no Adol in Origin, but yeah, just awesome. Like, if you're gonna play any East, make sure you play these four. Where's Napishtim? Let's just pop it on there. I think this is. Yeah, I think these just hit the most. If you don't like Origin or these two, and you don't like 8, that's it. Like, the rest are good too, but these are kind of like the big boys. Just East distilled down to exactly what needs to be, with different like mixes and story and location and a couple gimmicks, and then in 8, obviously like a big change up. They're definitely the way to go. So, what now? Now we're starting to get into the weeds a little bit. I'd probably put Salsetta here. I think Salsetta could be maybe. Yeah, I think Napishtim's good. I think Napishtim's like the worst of the 3 easily, but it's still the best formula. I think Salsetta maybe could be like Napishtim Felghana here, but it has the speed. It doesn't have like the shittier, like they've cleaned up party combat a little bit. The bosses are fun. Yeah, there's a nice little bit of challenge. Like, it's just another clean East game, but I'd put it a little lower than the originals. It's hard for me to put a party game outside of like 8 on the same level as like Felghana, Napishtim, and Origin and stuff. So I don't remember how much worse Napishtim was than Felghana. I've always considered them about same in quality. I mean, you know, obviously I think Felghana and Origin are better, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, Salsetta being a tier below, I feel like that's fair. Correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but yeah. I don't have a lot of detail to say on Salsetta, I guess. A lot of East games aren't similar to a fault, but like it's going to be a lot of the same pros. they mix it up a little bit in location. You know, this is a party game, so you have like, you know, what, 3, 4, 5 people, whatever the fuck it is. 9 above Salsetta. Well, I'm not going in order. 9 might be above Salsetta. Yeah. That's true. I might put it in 9 tier. Honestly, I'm wondering where I'm gonna put 1 and shit. I almost want to put 1 above Salsetta. Probably not. I do like, they're all pretty close at this point. Well, not really. There's some that are far below, but yeah, but that's the thing, is like a lot of these games are gonna be similar. East isn't like the same shit every time, but it knows what it's trying to be and works within that range. It's kind of like your Dragon Quest and stuff. So if I'm gonna give it pros, it's gonna be a lot of the same stuff. It's more refined than 7, not as refined as what came after, which is 8. It's kind of right in between. Still quick, still fun. Godsma's in this one, so it's funny. But it's, yeah, definitely more primitive. Yeah, we could probably put 9 up there. I'd maybe put... My thing with 9 is like, while it has fun movement and the level design's still not fucked, it's still kind of bogged down by story and its art design's way worse. It's essentially an 8, but just like not as good, but it's not like bad or anything. Like, I still enjoy it. We'll see where 9 ends up. So, I mean, 9 is doing this like superhero Avengers thing, where it's like another party game. So this is the 4th party game after 8, starting with 7, then Salsetta. Party games meaning there's like 6 characters and you swap. You pick your 3. They have like a type like Pierce, you know, blunt, and like sword, you know, sword slash. And you swap between them and spam their moves depending on what the enemies are and shit like that. This one, instead of like kind of a big like bunch of maps you run through, which it does do that, it's focused a lot on this hub, which is you run around the city where you like run up walls and float around and fly and shit like that. And they try to do some stuff. It's cool. They definitely were trying to mix it up, and I think if you're just playing through the whole series, it's a welcome like bit of spice. It's still East. They're still trying to kind of make it quick and fun, but it does get a little bogged down, like I said, in an even worse story that's not as funny until the end. Not as great of music, not as great of you know, most things, but it's still a good time, you know. It pulls a lot from 8, but I mean, why not on the next game, right? Origin and Felgana pull from the Piston, you know, it's not like a problem. Still fun, I like it, but you know, it's a little bit. We'll see. It might be a little Salsetta for me. I don't know. We'll find out. Let's see here. Typing of East. I mean, I don't even know what you say about typing of East. Not as good. It's a cute thing. But it's not as like. It's not as good as like stuff like House of the Dead or something. There's not much like to it. You literally just type. There's no like powers or anything. It's like as bare bones as you could get. I'll just put it low. It's not a extremely fun typing game, but whatever. I played it, so it's fun. You beat it, please. Yeah, so East 1. I'd probably put East 1 in this tier. I might have to make more tiers, we'll see. Just for like power gap. But, I would probably put East 1 up here. Some people aren't gonna resonate with the bump combat. I think it's clean. I think it's probably one of the best looking East game. Honestly, like the fidelity is just really clean. It's so focused. You just don't get games like that anymore. It was all like in the early RPG days and games combined. 2Ks. They got me thinking about ALW, man. Yeah, it's just every level up is huge. You have a little bit more freedom to go places on the map at times. Every piece of equipment feels big. It's no fat, just like a 6 fucking plus hour story, whatever the fuck. Just boom. I mean, it's got a technical issue nowadays where if you have unlimited FPS, you like the final boss is on like roids, but other than that, like it's just a quick fun time. Exploration, you just go out, no hand holding. It's not like a super open game. I mean, it's relatively linear, but like you just go, you get your upgrades, you get your levels, and just rock. The bump system is essentially if you run directly at a guy, you get fucked, so you need to run at him at like a slight angle, and your dude will like auto attack him really quick and just bust through him. So it's about running quickly essentially through guys and killing them with like nuanced little movements. Does that sound familiar? I mentioned it during like Origins and stuff. It's the same principle as they go through the series, just with more buttons and more, you know, combos and, you know, more extensive boss fights and shit like that. So I think East 1's still just straight to the point, just clean fun, doesn't get too bogged down. I think 2 is a step beneath. It's the same shit as 1. They're pretty much the same, you know, just one big game. And they even bundle them like that. So it's the continuation of the story. But I do think 2 is a little worse because they don't really like evolve it at all. But they also include a lot more kind of tedious levels. There's a level or so that are just kind of bog it down a little bit, and you've kind of had your fill at that point. So it's not much worse. If you like 1, play 2. It'll still be a good time, but like I said, one of 1's strengths is you're starting from 0, becoming beastly, and it just runs at a steady clip through a lot of areas, and 2 just half the game's kind of in like one zone, so it kind of just hurts it a bit on the level design front. Still a great looking game. Yeah, I might have to make another tier, man. I don't know. We can put them in typing if you say. I'd probably put, I guess, Travelers to East on this tier. It's a fun side-scrolling little ARPG beat 'em up. It's kind of like Zelda 2. It's pretty fast as well, but not really like as clean as like old East 1. It doesn't look as good either. But it's a cool game. It's them kind of mixing it up. Like I said, this is the Zelda 2 to, you know, for East essentially. And they're just trying to figure out what they're after. It's a good time. I think if you're like a big East guy, gal, person, whatever, it's not a must play because it is different enough, but it is fun. I would have to recommend it more to people like I said, like Zelda 2 or side scroll RPGs. Not too many of those old school style ones like that out there, like Zelda 2. It's not super memorable, but it's still fun, so I'd recommend it. I'd probably put 5 in this tier as well. I don't know where I'd put 5. Maybe right in between. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Travelers is better. These are all pretty close, so 5 is the only one that does not have a Western release localization. I would say this is one also that's probably on the block for the next remake. It's probably the only one that would have like a full like new reimagining. East remakes tend to be completely like East Travelers from East. Felgon is the remake. They're nothing like I couldn't even fucking tell you a single similar. I mean, they might as well not be the fucking same shit, but like technically, that's the same deal. So, and that box art for Travelers from East is fucking hilarious too. You can't really see it, but it's like the typical Western like fucking muscle dude just screaming, killing shit, and then like another guy screaming, killing shit. I mean, I don't even know who that is in the background. Is that supposed to be Dogi? He doesn't use a shield, he uses his fist, so who knows, man. Well, yeah, East 5, though, it's like a desert, which is kind of a cool setting. East 5 plays more like a Zelda, kinda, but action-focused. It's not super fluid and it's fast. You know, it still has an explorable little world, semi-explorable. Usually it's like, East is like, not on rails, but it's kind of somewhere in between. Like you can run around the world, but generally you're gonna kind of know where you can go next with a couple detours. So I would say that, yeah, East 5, I don't know, it doesn't stand out super hard. It does some cute things, I guess, here and there. It's a fun little adventure. It's not like a bad game, but it just doesn't have the speed, it doesn't have the energy and the music, even the visuals and stuff. It's just a cool like top-down action game if you're looking for one like Zelda, but I'd really like to see this one reimagined. So. And now we're down to East 10 and 7. 7 is like the worst East for me, I'd say. Let me put this down here so somebody doesn't come in and think that's exactly where I put 10 yet. Yeah, East 7 is like the worst East for me. It's still fun, it's still fast, it still has nice little upgrades, but this is the first time the party system exists. It's crude. It's not ultra awesome to be swapping and spamming as much, but it's not the worst. The biggest problems with E7 are the bosses and the story. So E7's when they start putting in story heavily into these games. Normally at this point, East is like, you'll get some story, you'll get some NPCs, they'll give you some lore, you'll spend some time, maybe like an hour each game doing story out of like a 10-hour game or plus, right? But it knows that you want to get out there and you want to bust ass, you want to keep moving around. But 7 is so bloated. Yeah, that's literally the name of the game. The bosses are like, so in East normally bosses don't die super low. It's usually very lethal. You can optimize, learn the fights. This is for old East. New East is a joke always. You just spam shit almost every time. Even in 8, and 8's a great game. But in the old ones, it's like you don't have a whole lot of mechanics. It's about learning and moving and dodging and jumping around and perfecting these things, and then getting in damage right when you need to. And they're not gonna last a super long time. Like Salsetta, some of these bosses are like a couple minutes or something. But they're lethal, right? You fuck up a couple times, it's over. You don't have much healing. Not like in the new ones where you get like infinite heals pretty much. Or if you do have healing, maybe it's like a risky thing. Very rewarding challenge and lots of different difficulties to play on. 7 though, good god, the fights last forever. They introduce way more healing in this game, and to justify it, they make the bosses take way longer than they should. It is a slog to fight the bosses in this. When you're just running around the levels, it's not the best East has to offer, but it's comparable enough. It's fun enough. There's a lot to like kind of clean up as the series goes on the party system, but it's a fine first outing on that front. But like, yeah, the bloat of like the bosses, the amount of story is like, oh my god, it's like half story, extremely expository, just constant blabbering about lore and characters you just don't care about. And because this still has like the drapings or the the feel of like a speed East game, it hurts so much more when you're getting stuck listening to these fuckers just blabber on about nothing. You don't give a fuck about the lore or anything. So it's really bad on that front. And then yeah, at the end of the game, usually when you in an East game, you might have to do a little bit of extra killing if you've not been like really thorough, just to get that level, because in old East games, if you're not around the right level, you're gonna have a hard time. So you kind of want to stay at like a competitive level with the bosses. But so there's usually not too much grinding, but there's like a touch you might have to do here and there. Just like round out a level. But 7, by the end of the game, like if you want to, you have to use every character, and you only use 3 at a time, but you have to use every character. You gotta get all their like weapons and level them up and stuff. And it doesn't take that long, but it's just kind of like a like I said, East games are strong because they're usually extremely no fat, very focused. So to have stuff like that, and then the boss bloat, and then the story bloat, it just makes, while for a good time still, I'd still recommend it. Definitely my least favorite East. There's some very clear fault. Yeah, the Coliseum is like a really good fight in the entire series. Where Adol's like got a solo. It's funny because it's a solo fight and you have to actually learn stuff. And it's just like Adol just him with like no bullshit. And it's a great fight and a cool moment. That makes Adol look like a fucking Giga Chad, but it's worth playing just for that. And I don't think E7's maybe a bad game, but it's the closest you can get to. I feel like that level. And technically that's the worst one, but I mean it's not even in the same. It's not even a thing really. Oh god, I keep having this like, I don't know if it's acid or bruise or my heart's gonna explode or something. Just to this feel, it's almost more towards the shoulder armpit area. Anyways, one more game, which is East 10. Fuck, I don't know, man. I'm thinking like East 2 tier. Thinking like here, maybe here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. East 2 was like tedious at times, but I was never like bitching about it or anything like I did with East. I mean, if we're gonna go for a game I didn't bitch about, East 10 would be here then. For me. I mean, these games are over quickly, so that helped them a lot. And there's a lot to talk about with 10. Just because I bitched about it a lot doesn't mean I truly think it's like that far below. Maybe it's the attitude. I don't know, man. Ten for me, just, I mean, I'm coming really recently off it. It just, I feel like it's the least, you know, when they know better and they're working off a formula, like the most eroded the East formula has almost been. Like you could say 5 is kind of eroded because it's sort of just like not that fast, but it's like them trying like a different thing after an outsource, and it's still like a kind of quick action game. Like, so you could say maybe that, but like it's the point you're at like 10 is like they know better. Like you get all these systems and all these stories and stuff, and they're still writing like these textbook like boring ass shonen stories that just are fucking lame, full of the worst tropes and contrivances. And this one doesn't even like follow it to a level that like at least just gives you the usual like climaxes and stuff. Like it just kind of peters out and it's just kind of boring, and the final area doesn't even feel like the final area. And I don't know, they try new combat, but it still comes across kind of like just a spammy party system game. It's extremely unbalanced. Probably the easiest East period. Probably. This might be the easiest fucking East game on hard. Like straight up, man. I mean, 8 was, I guess, pretty easy too, and 9 was. They're close, but like, I mean, just this one feels like they've lost the sauce a little bit, not completely, but a bit, and bloated it with story that's just not interesting, and systems like the boat that just aren't really well fleshed out at all. It's just boring, spammy bullshit. With bad AI and uninteresting locations and upgrades that, while fun to just get, end up just being like me literally pressing every button on the controller. They're still using the same raids, the same quest formula, the crew structure, but just doing it like worse. Like weak soundtrack, uninspired visuals. They're just not interesting to look at, despite it being a game about sailing to unique islands. I don't know, man. Like, yes, it's like a big, crazy 3D adventure, so like it just looks like it'd be better than like 2 and stuff, but like, I had more fun playing 2. I mean, 2 looks better, regardless. We didn't talk about that during the East 10 review. Yeah, the animations and stuff, it's kind of got this like floaty slowness to it, and the screenplay on most stuff is just very dry and boring. And Goto's talking about like the lighting and stuff. It's like everything else in the game. It's just very flat. Still fun. Like I said, I don't think any of these are bad. But yeah, I don't know. Would I rather play East 5 again or 10? I don't know. These are close. I'm not gonna lie, these are close. I think 2 is better. 2 has a level design problem at one point, but it's still like pretty crispy clean bomb combat. And it looks nice. Fun music. Like 10's missing so much. 10's problem is more from like a series fan perspective, I guess, than truly just its own problems. Well, that's not touching. I think that's fair still. I don't know. And 5's pretty forgettable, and it's not like the most juicy action game, but I don't know. It was more interesting. Zwei, yeah, what we get the Falcom tier list. Where would I put Zwei? I mean, Zwei 2 would probably be like East 10 tier in here. Zwei 2 would be like Belgana tier. Xanadu next would probably also be Felgana tier, I would say. Those are good action RPGs. If you guys haven't played Xanadu, that's Falcom game. Xanadu next is more like Diablo. Think like Diablo, sort of a dungeon crawler kind of thing, but with kind of like East action sort of going on. Really would recommend it. Zwei is kind of like also sort of procedural dungeony kind of crawler feel, but with a lot more kind of like monster of the week comedy chipper vibes going on. The first one gets a little dull. It's very fundamentally kind of fucked game on some of the moves, and how the levels are kind of laid out, and repetition. Looks great, but Zwei 2 is a much more polished, fleshed out, like full ass, like 20-30 hour game that just feels good to level up and clear stuff. Got a funny story. Guruman, I'm not starting Guruman. I got too much to play. We'll get to Guruman. Yeah, there's your little pseudo extra Falcom action RPGs. We'll do the Nayuda, is that what it's called? The Zwei 3 successor type of thing with trails or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. What do you think? You think this is fair? What do you guys think? East heads. Any big bad ones here? I feel like this is a pretty typical list. I think your like most wild takes here. You think I'm crazy to put 1 above 2? Really? I mean, I played them back to back. Maybe I'm missing something, but 1's just so fucking just straight to the point and clean. Like I said, I mean, if East 2 didn't have that really long level that's kind of gets old, like, I'd probably put it above it, but some fucked bosses? I don't know, man. I really liked I could go to the mines and fight bosses early in 1 and just totally just destroy shit later. I had fun with it. I mean, maybe the very first mage guys kind of whatever. I see, I like that lack of direction. You just go, man. You gotta get, it's probably the most, like, open, like, no handhold ease. That's why I like it. I mean, they're close, man. They're right next to each other, but I get you. Any other ones where it's like, wow, what does this take? I do think the level cap's a little too quick. One of my problems with it, but each level feels so good to get. It's not a huge deal, and you still get equipment. So. But yeah, so I don't know. I think my hottest takes here are probably my East 1 and 2 placement. I think a lot of people just probably won't like bump combat. I would imagine my East 10 is being a tier below 9. Yeah, I don't know. I think that makes sense. That tracks. I mean, 5 and Travelers. I don't know. I mean, maybe 7 should be like 10 tier. Maybe 7's too low. I don't know. Seven's too high. It should be below typing beast. I don't know. I think this is about spot on, and I honestly think this is probably pretty accurate to relatively to probably what most people who play the series would think. I think you're gonna get a couple weird ones like East 1 and 2 that are gonna be different people. Nobody plays 5 for me and Travelers from East, but otherwise, I mean, this isn't bad. Another being a lack of direction, so that's a promise that you need to do some nonsensical shit with the road to progress the game. I don't know. There's something about the just honesty and the simplicity of those kind of old RPGs that just is really appealing. Rewarding. Yeah, I mean, there's maybe some crypticness. I've never thought East 1 was even anything close to like cryptic or getting, you know, when we get lost in the sauce. And I mean, a little bit maybe, but I get you. I mean, I get you. I think it's an interesting point. And I totally respect somebody putting them lower or swapping them. But Jesus, even the like orchestral songs are much more interesting in 8. God, listening to 8 music, I mean, I almost want to drop 10 more, bro. It's like 10's kind of just pathetic when you think about 8. I think even if like you went from, I mean, imagine this scenario. You go from 7 Salsetta to like 10. What does 10 look like? Is it still fucked? I mean, it probably would be. I mean, 8 being as good as it is and 10 being in like very similar does not help it. But I mean, it didn't kill 9. I mean, it definitely hurt 9, but like, it didn't kill the thing. I was too late. I should have started later. I actually just finished the tier list too. If you want to talk about anything on it, if you're looking to chit chat, just go for it. Yeah, I mean, I finished it. I finished quicker than I thought I would. It took about an hour and a half, 2 hours. Right up the we can re-app. Yeah, I should have started later. I should have asked you when you're getting on. But no, we did the tier list. What do you think, man? Anything freakish on here, Fasto? I feel like Fasta probably would have 10 up near 9. Oh yeah, the return of Karja. The Arctic message was interesting. I don't want them to tie any of that to Karja, but it was cute. You swap 9 and 10? Yeah, I figure you might. I think 9 at least tries to do something and still feels pretty good. It's living in the shadow of 8 and has like not very great art direction, but 10 just feels so lifeless at times. And I feel like it's one of the biggest losses of like East DNA out of the series at this point. Like I said, they're not like that different. I don't think it's a power gap between 9 and 10, but... And 10's problem is also it's living in the shadow of everything that came before it. Maybe in a bubble, it's like they're closer, but... Oh, really? Yeah, I couldn't even see what was going on. I just pressed 2 buttons over and over. I had the opposite reaction. I liked his big boat. And I liked the mermaid was kind of cute. You know, it was like a 2v2, but man, the setup for that boss fight. I honestly thought there was gonna be another dungeon. And I was like, wait, this is really it. It's just a gray island with floating rocks. And the music's like, sounds like a Xenoblade X song. And then you get in there and it's like, he just takes in the power. But if you kill him while he's got the power disappears. I guess that's how the rules work. It's just this kind of like weak setup and like payoff. I like the old man. I wish he was in a different game. The Rulo guy. He was kind of fun. Maybe his VA was just good. But the fight was so goddamn messy. I couldn't even see shit. And I didn't even have 2 of my trinkets on. I had 80% less power. Yeah, I'm sure on Nightmare it's like better or something, but I don't know. It was a cute fight. I mean, the game was like almost all reskins, even the super bosses, so having one fight that was a bit more unique was cute, but it didn't move the needle for me, sadly. But I get you for sure. My thing is like, I wish at least 10's story was like funny bad like 8's. Like 8 knew when to keep in its lane for the most part, but when it did have story, it was at least like an event or something funny bad. Like 10's story is such a fucking like flatline tropey shonen, just nothing, full of contrived, just hot air, just to facilitate like. I feel like they almost wrote themselves in like corners just so that, you know, and then they had to like make up for it to let you do side quests and stuff, and it's just the same trauma, the same drama. It's just uninteresting. The levels are uninteresting. The art design's uninteresting. The soundtrack feels like shit they just had left over from the last 2 games. The combat's got some cute ideas, but I don't think they put it together at all. It's the most spammy to win out of all of them because of the damage reduction. I mean, at least in 8, it was piss easy, but at least I would fucking dodge, man. I just stopped even caring at the end of fucking 10. I literally would. I think I blocked 2 attacks on the final boss. I like tried to even block 2. It just didn't even matter, right? So I don't know. They got a lot of work. And I don't think conceptually it's bad, but goddamn if the execution ain't there. And I don't think moving between the levels is fun either. Like, the skateboard needs to be way more responsive and flow way better into the other move tech. The enemies need way less HP so that you can make use of this fucking board flying around. The levels are so stop and go, especially with the Batman shit. The fucking field abilities are a joke. Like, Jesus Christ, I would just take spam happy 8. At least you just kept moving, man. Like, that's my thing with 10 is like, everything cool about it is like, oh, this could be cool in like 10, like in 2 games, you know? Like, it doesn't hit anything like of it on its own for me. The shit like the sailing and the skill tree are like a fucking joke, man. Like, wow, yeah, I'm really gonna build like a crazy different build in 10. Like, no, you're not. You're just gonna build damage. Who the fuck isn't gonna just build damage? You might do like dark damage and get even more, but it's more of like busy work just to justify like reward systems. Like, the bartering, it's just more crap. Like, I'll just take gold, man. Like, was it so bad? Like, they're trying to make it this like trading thing, but it's like all it is just a different flavor of gold, and you have to go find merchants to make it work. Like, it's still fun. I don't think any of these games are bad. 7 gets the closest, but like, it's still fun. But 10 just feels so unpolished, so not thought out enough. And I do feel like 10 has a budget issue. That the last level is like reskins on a gray barren map. I mean, fucking hell, man. They've either really lost it or like they really phoned it in, man. I mean, maybe they just like all the new systems they put in, like the boats and all that, just they buckled under it all and they just had to get it out there. Maybe they thought the story was art and it was just gonna carry, but man, there's nothing tying it together. It is so just slipshod at times and desynced. like that the boat stuff isn't even fast in an East game and really lethal with like a high skill to it. Like it's so just dull. Like just nothing is tuned in this game. Yeah, and it could be a bit of all of them fast though, honestly. Like, yeah, maybe it's them figuring out the engine, you know. Yakuza has that issue. Yeah, like I said, the systems, maybe too many systems they were trying to figure out, and they just, you know, it diluted it down. I mean, that's Ubisoft tier shit, man. Adding bullshit and it dilutes it. Well, I mean, if you want a point of comparison, 4 is one of the best ones in Assassin's Creed. And it did the same shit as this, so. But that's also a AAA game, but it's also got really great ship combat. Not great everywhere else. They at least could just copy something from the game before and attach it to ship shit. They could have done that in this, and they kind of did, but I feel like I said, I mean, East has never been like a big budget, like flashy, do it all kind of series. Even in 8, when they really mix it up, it's super strong because they don't forget what East is about. That I'm a huge East like Origin guy, and then I somehow put 8 on the same tier just shows how well they knew what East was about in 8 and didn't fuck it up. 9, they're mixing it up, so I'll give them that. But 10, it's like I feel like they've just lost the I feel like they're copying like 8 and 9, but I don't think they get it anymore on the level they should. And I'm worried that it's gonna stay that way. Like 8 felt like they still got what East was about, and they're evolving it or changing it. But 10, it doesn't get. I don't get that at all. The quality's just not there. East has such a strong musical identity, and 10 has none of that. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's a huge deal. But my thing is like, what if every island had a different song? It's like most of them just feel the same. It's like it would still be good if there was great music, but it's like, Christ, how do you even get like excited to like make a song for this game? Like almost none of it is like interesting. There's like no interesting locations. Anything that isn't just a plain island is like just a gray building or city or something, right? Like, I mean, it could be like procedural, that level of bad, but like, and it's still fun to just run around, but it's like, I mean, the level art direction and stuff is doing nothing. Yeah, the game looks worse than fucking 8, which is a Vita game. Art direction's worse. Like, fidelity too, I think. I bet if I put them side by side, I'd probably think 8 looks better. And I care more about art direction, but it probably fucking actually looks better too. I would not even be surprised. I mean, maybe characters wouldn't look better. The character models look clean enough in this, but just find the new mechanics. That'll be their loads. Yeah, very copy paste. Yeah, sailing is barely can justify its own existence. It should have been like a speed thing where you're busting through cool obstacles and blowing guys up with side cannons really quickly, like East would be like going through straits and rivers and shit. Instead, it's just like mind-numbingly slow for most of it, and even when it's not, it's like just sailing, right? And if you want a big open world to like explore and you want to hone in on that adventure part, then give me interesting places to find. That they're like, yeah, every island's just going to be pretty much the same. That isn't a story island. I'm like, Jesus, dude. Nobody would be like, yeah, we're going to make a sailing game with islands and just do that, right? Even Phantom Hourglass fucking tried sometimes, man. And that game fucking sucks. At least I like the DS island or something. But I mean, that's, it also fucks up pretty hard. Yeah, these are like the worst, some of the worst raids. I mean, they're piss easy to ask, and they're not fun to do, and there's only like 7 of them. I was already rolling my eyes, fucking even doing the last couple. Yeah, the pacing and the writing is just fucking... Like I said, all these characters, give me 2 hours, I'll forget them, man. I already forgot half their names, probably. The best part of the story was honestly laughing at all of the dead mothers. Like, straight up, that was the most fun part of the story for me. Like, if you're gonna have a big, long story East game, at least make it fucking, like, stupid over the top. Like, most of the over-the-top shit in this was, like, typical shonen over the top, which is not that interesting, because the setup's not that good. I mean, the super boss is just a reskinned fucking troll, and there's like 4 of those already. I mean, good god, at least 8 had like a unique guy at the end, didn't they? And then they also had the post-game, like, dragon and all that shit. It's like, I mean, just compare that, like, all of the different bosses, the locations in 8. Like 10 looks like they didn't even fucking try. Like, just think about all the levels, the bosses, the music. That they even had scenic vistas as like an actual mechanic in that game. Think about the Archaeozoic big hole. And then just like think about 10. It's like, it feels like a fucking like Walgreens like cheap knockoff, man. That's why I said it almost feels like a budget thing, but like I guess it's not. It's just incompetency. I don't know. They just don't have their spirit in it. They lost the sauce with the fucking boats. I don't know, man. Like, it's still fun. I don't think, if anything, because they've just copied better stuff at this point. Like 8's so good that they can kind of copy it, and like games can still ride its coattails at this point. But like, I don't know how many more of those they got in them, dude. Like, they've got to really fucking change like the entire flow of these games, the structure. Or just really fucking turn that quality up if they're gonna keep doing the same shit. And we'll see, man. I love East. I really don't wanna... but I mean, I was like, you know, we were, after 9, we were like, oh yeah, that was kind of a step down, you know, whatever. But like 10, it's like, I feel like it's... For me, it's even more, man. I'm not like worried about it, but... I don't know. I gotta wonder how much this shit sold. What did this review? I mean, let's be real though. Your average journalist nowadays is not gonna like East, but East 10 review. How did this do for people? 80 on Metacritic. I mean, that's probably more than I thought. Not many people review. Some people are like really all in on it. Going back to yearly releases. Oh, for Falcom in general. Do they really crank out a game a year? I guess so. I mean, East games come out every like 4 years. Oh, really? And they've only got 40 people? No, I mean, like, how many years has it been since 9? How often do we get an East game? Yeah. Damn, man. Yeah, I think that could be it. I mean, honestly, they might just be doing... And I mean, that to me is a budget thing. If they need to release a game a year... to crank in cash, then like the games are gonna suffer. That's just how it is. Like if they don't have the staff to fucking pull it off, like this game feels so dry and bare bones. I mean, like I said, just look at the levels, look at the bosses, look at the variety, look at the music. It all feels, and if it's not budget, it comes across budget. Because maybe they're rushing it, maybe they're just trying to get... It doesn't feel bare minimum in the way like some bottom of the barrel shit is, but like it's night and day with like 8 and 10. Like it absolutely feels like stripped down, and not in a focused way, but like they're not allowed to have creative places. They're not allowed to make like new assets. They're not allowed to like polish it. You know, there's not as much soul and passion in it. Like it's still fun. But like I said, I feel like it's because they have something good to copy more than it is something they've done. Texas has been made while East 8, but they just left newbie dose to work on. Texas to train up the veterans, worked on East. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, that might just be talent, problems, the amount of time they have. I mean, the amount of budget they can actually work with. This song is not an East. Yeah. I mean, there's almost no songs in East 10 that give you any feeling. There's like a couple that have some atmosphere, and they're not the rock songs. Was that the lamest East final area in the series? Oh, is it about interesting? I mean, that's fine. I mean, it's pretty good. I'm trying to think of one that was worse. There probably is one, but I mean, Jesus. It's just a gray island with a couple floating rocks and reskinned enemies. The Akashic Records. Yeah. I think East 10 just needed something bad. So how it slots in is like one of the worst for me, but maybe just in a bubble, yeah, it's like maybe a couple or worse or get close. Like in a game that's like 50 hours of like mediocre level design, or 40, I don't even know how long this game took. Then the last one just, which is the one where you think they'd finally actually just have something, it just, I mean, to the last level's credit, at least you could skateboard more freely because it was big open areas, and then there's like some rails, but the rails are so stiff and feel so fucked. Rails? I don't know why he quit. Comfy. There must have been drama or something, and I would not be surprised if that's had something to do with something inside, something to do with like the quality of fucking coming out. I thought people liked Daybreak. Is it the game after people aren't liking? Like, what is the state of Trails nowadays? Like, what are people thinking? Oh, he still works there. He just doesn't do the music on ease? Oh, he stopped composing. What does he do? Webmaster? Alright. Well, hopefully they can stir something in the motherfucker to make some more music. The Webmaster. Does Falcon even have a website, bro? Anyways, guys, that's the tier list. We can keep talking, of course, but I'll land it there for the VOD's sake. Yeah. Yeah, right, Tracker. I'm telling you, they needed to at least be a bit more fluid. Okay, you know, if we can do 50-50 Smith grinds and acid drops and shit, okay, that's awesome. But at least for fuck's sakes, like just make some flow between the fucking stuff. But anyways, guys, that'll be it for the tier list. But we'll keep talking. Download that. It does sound like a fantasy name. I need to play the rest of the Tony Hawk games. It's always the music that scares me. I'll just fucking offline record them though, mute the VODs. Yeah, I thought Daybreak 1 was supposed to be good. But yeah, I think that's what I read, was that 2 is not as good. And there's a third Daybreak? Shit. Is that third Daybreak the last one? Are we on Daybreak 2 in the West? Oh really? There's only one? Oh shit. Let me see. God, they're so far behind. It's coming early 2025 apparently. People are hoping that like Kai's after that. Oh really? February 14th, apparently. This is when Trails Daybreak 2 is coming on the West. Kuro Kai, what the fuck is that? Ugh, yeah, I have no idea. I don't know what the fuck's up. They really put a game out a year. There's no way you could have these big RPGs and done in a year and not have them be fucked. I mean, even in like the N64 days, like a year was pretty tight. I mean, these aren't big budget crazy games, and yes, Trails games tend to reuse a lot of shit and it's totally fine, but even then a year's pretty fucking tight, dude. Yeah. I mean, it sounds like an Ubisoft thing. They need to like make it take more time, build the quality up, it'll be more popular, people like it more. I mean, yeah, you could write off the goodwill and maybe what little quality you got by doing yearly releases, but unless you're doing like a Call of Duty type of thing where you have totally different studios working on it, it's just gonna end up bad. I mean, that's my thing, is like, yeah, you get the 5-6 year dev cycles that are killing like AAA, but on the flip side you also get stuff like Ubisoft that has those long dev cycles but puts them out yearly, and they're so like non-stop with them that they never innovate. It's like the worst of both worlds. But yeah, then you get Falcom doing the exact opposite. Cheap, way too quick games, releasing at full price. God, man, listen to that shit. What's going on, man? What the hell happened with these 10, dude? The Great Plains, dude. Big level. Big, fuck, wasn't there big dinosaurs and shit? You just discovered this place and it's like big giant dinosaurs and you're running through the plains and it's like, wow, this shit's cute, you know? And the music's like fucking going. I almost want to go play an old fucking East game. I didn't get any of that feeling in this. I had no energy in this. Like, I'm always like a huge defender of East because it just at least always has that fucking energy mixed with the gameplay. This had none of it. Like, come on, man. I don't know if I have Salsetta soundtrack on here. You'd have to link it on YouTube. I don't have all the East music on here. I probably have it all somewhere, but I've not organized it. Just link it, I'll play it. The machine gun double bass drum, yes. It's slick, man. Don't get any of that fucking... that feel. This is from Salsetta. Oh yeah, dude. Like, they'd have a mix too. It's not just rock shit. I mean, most of the old ones aren't even like metal. That's like 8's the most like heavy rock of them all outside the arranges. Yeah, there's no like awesome violins anymore, like strings. Like 10's is just so fucking like the best songs in 10 are just the ones that even change the instrumentation at all. They're probably not even good. They're probably just good because you're fucking like parched in the desert from like generic rock songs. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what happened. I've never had this much like bitching to do in a fucking East game outside like 7, right? And that's why I just put it so low. Sing it for being cheaper? I guess so. Maybe they should cough up for the good shit, man. Budget. I don't even think Sing is that bad. They probably just don't have time. I mean, maybe they don't have the passion, soul, quality level, but maybe they don't let him like... Yeah, I mean, he's not like that good. I mean, maybe they just don't let him cook. Maybe he's at his best when he just gets to do whatever the fuck, and he has to fall in line and fit into an East game that is made in like a couple years. But yeah, I mean, this is a different league, man. The thing is, Falcom has always been known for their fucking music. It's like with SMT, like that is like one of their things, man. Like they let you listen to all their music on the fucking like YouTube and shit. Like they're all in on it. It's like, how do you fucking just phone it in, man? Yeah, their guitar songs feel like with everything else, they're like a fucking lizard man or robot trying to copy an East 8 song and just not getting it. It reminds me of like P3 Reload, where it's like, if you're not paying attention, you can be like, oh yeah, this is similar to East 8, and then you listen and you're like, oh, these are just all shittier. Like the Sunshine Coastline knockoff in 10. Yeah, I'd agree. His best stuff was stuff that wasn't guitar. I mean, I didn't like the final song. I felt like a fucking Xenobit X song, which I like Xenobit X's music, but it doesn't fit East. Jesus, the strings going and shit. This is a motherfucking Salsetta. If you guys haven't played the East games, though, I don't know about the best, but it's good. I don't know what the best would be. I'm pretty big in a lot of 8 music. This definitely helped me. Is there even a single moment in the story of 10 that could own this song? That's what I was saying earlier. I was like, what if every island had a different song? I don't think the energy would even... only the music would carry it, which would be enough for me still, but... There's no setup for any of that kind of music, right? I'm gonna listen to Sunshine Coastline again, dude. So if you've not played East 8, this is the first song in the game when you get control. Crash landed on an island. And it's like, you know exactly what you're getting with this game when the song starts. And it's that feel the whole way through, man. Yeah, Fausto. Yeah, exactly. It just doesn't... They just don't have the story moments to go with it. Like, you get synths in this, piano, strings. Like, the rock songs in 10 are just plain rock. That's the only guitar in Sunshine Coastline, is this bit. Just a little bit. But you get the Lighthouse one in 10 and it's like all guitar, and it's like you say, it's like a mix of like strings and synths and guitar, and it's just like sick, man. The guitar's not even that prominent, but all of the single ones are just like all guitar, man. It's like, I don't know, man, guitar solos and like bass and all that's like, it's cool, man, but like, that's not all a song makes. Yeah, I mean, Issei, I do think Issei's like an anomaly in how like good it is, like, to be fair. That's why I still like 9 and I don't give it that much shit, but like 10, I don't think there's much excuse. Cold Steel 1's got great music. I'm excited for that. Yeah, this song just has like it feels like somebody really was like having fun making this song. It feels like it has like a soul. 10 is like soulless. Borderline E songs, yeah. That's cool. Yeah, this is such a perfect first song for the game, dude. It's like you're pumped. It's kind of got this like starry-eyed kind of vibe to it, where it's like you're looking forward to the rest of the adventure. It's got the speed of Ys. It's just fucking sick nasty, dude. Link it to me, go. I don't have them all on here. I will definitely play it. God. I'm even more disappointed with 10 listening to this music, dude. I'm about to fucking drop that score even more, dude. Jesus Christ, it's almost sub fucking... I'd almost put it fucking at 7 tier, man. Like, it's not like a bad game, but Jesus, it has like none of what Ys makes Ys special. The thing is, like, if you just make Ys, like, just like, if you miss what makes Ys Ys, it's just a fucking run-of-the-mill action RPG, man. Like, these aren't like pushing the envelope on story or fidelity or anything. They're not like, you know, technical marvels. Like, you gotta do what makes them good, man. Ugh. And if you're gonna put a new shit and like fuck up that formula, at least make it like 8, where it's like they just fucking just nail what they need to nail. And what's bad, like the story is at least like entertaining like that. Oh shit, dude. Yeah. Be cool to replay this, dude. I'm about to do that Yuna playthrough, whatever her name is in Origin, that I never did. For shits, dude. Not right now, but... They had so much more variety in all these music, too. And Trails music and shit. It's still a good song. But this is the one you wanted? Oh shit. Yeah, this is more... I recognize this one a bit more. The Synth God, yeah. See, but that's cool. That's the cool thing about these. Like, you still get... Oh shit, there's like some Bomberman shit. Game that he only did these, Jesus Christ. The first time I had this music, I need to replay the first time. This shit's fucking... It fucking slaps, man. I need to get my soundtracks in order, Jesus Christ. Kirby ass. Someone's cooking, dude. Play Dawn of East now. Is that the fourth one? But like, which one of the fourth ones? Did I play both of them? Are they good? I've always thought about it, but like they're not Falcom, so I was wondering if they're like shit. Mask of the Sun is shit. The other one's good. Okay. I mean, I won't play it right now, but we can try to get it set up. At some point here. What is it on again? PC Engine? I've already got it, I just need to figure out how to do PC Engine games. It's been a while. Yeah, we could do that at some point. Is it Bomb System? I don't remember. Cool. Who did it? Is it? No, it's not Falcom, right? Some other group. Yeah, this sounds Fox, man. Oh man. This music is awesome, but it's kind of makes East 10 more sad. It's crazy, you can play through like half of the East series in the time East 10 takes. And blow like 50 gallons of jizz doing it, man. You guys haven't played the East games, they're a lot of fun. Nice, speedy fun. You can go, I mean, I would just go release order and, you know, replace the originals with the remakes usually. That's the best way to go, but I don't know, you could skip 1 and 2, honestly. You could just be like a Giga Chad and start with like Origin or Felgana or 8 and just rock it from there and play around. I mean, they're all fun. Look at this shit. The Pishtim, Trails in the Sky, Jesus, in 04, Felgana 5, Origins 2006, SC the same year, and then third 2007. What a fucking crazy 4 years, dude. Like, they're releasing a game every year or two, or even less. I don't know how many staff they have at that point, but those are all like bangers, man. And then now it's like they're releasing 1 a year and they're fucking dipping. I mean, it's a lot more scope in these, but it's not helping them. People would never play a fucking Trails game that looks like an old one, but I mean, it helped them cook and they had the right people. One was just a remix with the melody from the second fucking game. This was nearly 40 years ago. That's scary to fucking think. Where are we now? The ice food. Yeah, this guy with the fucking crossbow one. Lloyd. Right underneath. I don't know, man. I don't want to see them keep dipping, man. I hope it's just a little lull, but they really need to slow down and work on the quality on these bad boys. I mean, honestly, dude, like, if it is somehow a money thing or time thing, I don't know. Maybe it's the only way these sell, but like, just Bring back the fucking boiled down, no fat, like, beast, man. Make it a 20-hour fucking thing, dude. It doesn't have to be this 40-hour, story-heavy, gargantuan motherfucker. Just something smaller, focus it in, man. But I don't even think that's necessarily the problem. Like, they've got like a fucking blueprint, man. They just don't hit. Maybe it's because they don't have time. Maybe they just want money too much. The classic. I mean, obviously, every business is gonna want money and they need it. But, like, maybe the greed's getting too overkill, putting out a yearly one. I don't know. I mean, what other IPs do they even have at this point? Yeah, they're just having issues. Yeah. They need all, yeah, I mean, get their heads on straight, I guess, man, and crank it. I mean, I don't know how it is with them exactly. It's hearsay upon hearsay, and Falcom's always been a fucking, like, closed box, historically. Horizon Forbidden West is like focus group and in such a cynical way. This one's like yeah, focus group anime shonen. This one doesn't even feel focus group in the sense that it's trying to appeal to everyone. This one just feels like almost just like half-assed, like phoned in at times, right? Like the slipshod event order and the contrivances, that it's just the same ass shonen lines non-stop. It doesn't feel like it's trying to like one size fits all the thing. It just feels like it's just textbook to such a droll level. Textbook, and it can't even do like the textbook right, you know, like these tropes and like flow and all that got big for a reason. Like you could at least just do like a decent shonen story, but like for fuck's sakes, man. It's all of the worst parts of like Falcom writing and like typical tropey anime bullshit, but with none of the fun. Yeah, maybe you could call it focus group. I don't know. I think the most focus groupy part of this game is that they even have the story. In my opinion, I honestly feel like there's barely any. I could barely feel any fucking passion in the fucking script, man. I mean, all the platitudes felt just like they just were fucking like a fucking robot could just put them all together and stitch this story together. Like, I think the most focus groupy thing of it is that it even has a big story because it just sells technically, right? I think I played it earlier, but why not play it again, honestly? It was a little treat. Like, the story in this game isn't even that good in 8. But goddamn, if you weren't like, oh, the meteors are coming and the world's gonna end, this song makes you kind of give a shit. It's like, it's still hype, man. Like, it's hype. For fucking Dana, a Dana section, you're in just because the music, dude. I know, right? It's like not even fucking close, man. Like, I'll give 9 some credit for at least trying to do some shit, even though it phones in, or it doesn't have the same level of quality. Like, 8's just that good, but god, 10 has no excuse, man. Yeah, go. Pretty much. I don't even know if it's what people like. Because there's not that much waifu stuff in East 10. Surprisingly, they kept that in their pants. She only at like one point kind of even shows interest, and that's at the goading of her mother. Kinda. It is not that, there's not much titty, there's not, I mean, it's less fan servicey than 8 and 9. So if in a way they didn't really pull out all the stops to try to appeal to like masses, right? That's why I kind of say it's like it doesn't feel like as focus groupy. It just feels kind of just phoned in, man. Yeah, yeah. Hey, don't fuck my daughter. The red and orange hair children combo. Viking bloodline. She's a murderer, dude. Yeah. Don't forget she just killed a man for trespassing to make some money in the beginning of the game. They tried so hard to like try to give this like culture to these Vikings, and all of these half-assed platitudes and justifications for why they're just like pillaging and like fucking murdering people. And it was supposed to be like this enriching culture thing, and it just sounds like these guys are just fucking assholes. There's no like culture here. I don't care if they're on the run from some fucking like blizzard or what, man. Like they're fucking dicks, man. It's like you could try to like turn it into this like nice thing if you want, but it's like I'm not buying it. It's just like all the other trauma stories. You could say it's sad, but I'm not gonna feel it's sad unless you fucking really make it work, man. I'm like, she opens by killing a guy who the crime does not match the fucking punishment, man. Like, yeah, I honestly feel like she should have been more of a fucking just unapologetic asshole who like warms up properly, like an actual like fucking ass Viking, right? She's, like I said, her storyline, she's pretty much like, this is just like one part of the final dungeon in AC. Like, she's pretty much finished her character arc about right when she changes her clothes. Yeah, as soon as she changes her clothes, she's done. She has some things to get over, but they're obstacles. It's not character moments. They say she's like changed halfway through the game. She's just like a little extra nice. She's not even like that different. It's more them telling you something happened. Oh, like, yeah, she wasn't grading. She was competent when it came to like, you know, wanting to kick ass, I guess, so she could keep up with Data in a way, but like, she was not interesting. She didn't have a growth. She had, like, there's no charisma. Like, yeah, she had a pretty hot fucking model, man. That's about it. Well, yeah, that's another thing too, is like, and I don't know who even was the bad guy in this. The Three Stooges. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're still in this period where people are trying to like subvert the guy's just evil because he's evil tropes, and at the end of the day, it's like it's been played to death. And it's okay to do if you can make it good, but like sometimes, man, just focusing in on making it clean and simple is probably for the best, man. Just put Dark Fact in there and have me beat his ass and call it a day. Groucho Marx, dude. You made this motherfucker. Who the hell is Groucho Marx? Oh yeah, dude. When Dark Fact like talks to you with Dana and all that. What the fuck was up with that? Yeah. Oh, is Dark Fact ever an actual good guy? It's not like it's Hugo. It's like some descendant, isn't it? I don't know, man. Also, the Antarctic vision 43 years later at the end of 10 implies that she finally found a new home for them or something. Did anybody really get a feeling in East 10 that they were like homeless and like these transient people just moving around doing stuff? Like, not really. They just felt like they were pretty established and had like an island and a culture and shit. And I know they try to like sell you on them being this way, but I'm like, these aren't like nomadic people moving around like trying to survive. Like they have a fleet. They're just kind of dicks. And I like how nobody like repented either. All the townspeople hated them and they were scared of them. And that never went anywhere. They just all of a sudden aren't, or they just never mention it again. They're like, shit. They have that one island, but I mean, the game ends with her saying she's gonna find a place for her people to go. That's her big goal. And then the Antarctic thing is her saying, them saying 43 years later, oh, she wouldn't not fucking lived out or, you know, succeeded in her dream, so something's up, or she did find it and then they disappeared, her fleet did, or some shit. Yeah, but Karja's plan is to find a home, though. That's what the end of the game was. So it's just like, what the hell even is, what even are they, right? Like her entire life's goal, which apparently she does for her whole life, because the Antarctic thing confirms it, is to look for a place for them to stay. And I'm like, are they just moving because times are tough? I don't get it, man. I don't think the writers had any fucking idea what the fuck they're doing. And yeah, what's up, Becca? I don't know if I already said before. The rest of who are the other Normans? We never met them. They exist? I guess the Arcs, the other Arcs or something? Yeah, I mean, it's like even if they did typical arcs with her, and that would have still been tropey and lame, but like at least it would have been something. Yeah, I just feel like they didn't really get that across in a way that you really felt. Like maybe it's in the nitty gritty explained, but it's like, it's just, I explained the entire I explored the entire basin, right? I don't know. It's just. Like, I don't feel their culture, I don't feel their motivation. I mean, I tuned out most of the side dialogue after a while anyway. It's like all the fucking ship dialogue you had to like stop cold to be able to even turn on, which is so bad. I'm singing sea shanties in Assassin's Creed 4 on a fucking drop of a hat, but in this game I have to stop cold to fucking listen to like actual side dialogue. I can't believe I'm talking up Assassin's Creed games compared to an East game too. Okay, yeah, I don't know. I that felt like it was barely wrapped together or felt. Like, you think that would be a huge plot point, these like disparate like tribes all around at war, lost. Like, it's been hundreds of years, they're probably already established. If they need like help and it's been over 100 years, then Jesus. It'd be one thing if it just happened like 3 years ago or something. But it's been like 100 years. Like, well, who the fuck's who's lost? They're not even the same people anymore. It's like new generations by like 2-3 times. I don't know, it's just bad. It's just not well thought out. And it takes up so much of the fucking runtime. And it's paced so horribly because it's just every 5 seconds there's a cutscene. It's a miracle they still copied 8 enough to still make it fun, but they really need to hone in, man, and do something. Oh well. Oh well. Whew. I don't have it on here. You'd have to link it, I'm not sure. You talking about the one that only plays for 30 seconds but gets good after 3 minutes? I mean, that's pretty much what it is. Like, for the third time. Like, what if we made 8 again but worse? And then what if we did 8 again but worser? But at least 9 they tried to mix it up a little. Alright, this is literally just like... all the mix-ups are just really bad ideas. And executed... or maybe not really bad ideas, but... conceptually maybe okay ideas that need a lot of execution, and they had none. Reticent Lava, that was called. Give me a link, bruh. Bruh. Put this MF to work. Man, it would be crazy to be in a time where I'm like, I'm going from Origins, and like in another year I'm playing like, or I'm going from Nepishtim to Felghana and Origins in like a 2 fucking year period. We're gonna have to wait for like another 4 years for another East game. And it might be fucked. Yeah, he's thinking of the one that plays literally before you walk into the final battle, but it's so slow that you don't ever actually hear the song unless you stand still, but it's a banger. Oh yeah, this song, I remember this one. This one's cool. See, that's the thing with 7, is at least it had music too, man. Like, I'm about to go back. I'm about to fucking put 7 tier, man. I've never pitched this much on a fucking East game, dude. Nah, I won't do it. Well, I don't know. See how I feel in a couple days. We'll let it set. This one was good. But is this the one we're thinking of? Yeah. This is Unisuga. People are saying this is Unisuga's best track ever. God, I need to get all these. I need to put all these soundtracks together. Yeah, I think this is the song, right? Yeah, because it's really slow and chill. And then it literally starts in a room that's like 20 seconds to get across, and then you go to the final boss. And the only reason we even heard it is because I AFK'd. I think, right? We were like, what the? Imagine fitting this kind of keynote into a completely easily skippable bit. And then East 10 has the same fucking like phoned in music for like most of the islands. That's like Jesus, dude. I'd retire too. They're like, we need you to cook, man. He's like, okay. And then they fucking serve it up to the dog in the bathroom. Cool synths in the back. In a 20-second long room, this shit has more impact than the entire fucking East 10 Final Dungeons music. Like 30 minutes. And East 7's story sucks. Who the fuck are you even fighting the East 7? Original Sin or some shit? I don't even remember. An elemental sin thing. Proto Dana? Oh god. What was the like the evil, the elemental thing? What the fuck was that all about? I can't remember. Like the cultural like magic thing going on. Gengar EX and a Gardevoir. And what? Which Pokemon? Oh, in the trading card game? Yeah, that song's cool, man. Jesus, dude. Jesus, man. What happened, Bruce? Oh, what happened? I'm about to drop it, man. Less FOMO? Yeah, that's the best time when you're just collecting stuff, just free balling decks, having fun. Is it already meted out? I like when like card games everybody's just kind of working with like a free ball deck. It sucks when you get to the point where everybody's rocking like the same 2 decks. That's like a nightmare. Already meted out. E7. This is E7 too. Oh yeah, I see Proto Data. God. Back when Adolf still had armor. In the future of the series, technically he gains more armor as he goes. Then he loses some. I guess he's like off and on about having armor. He doesn't believe in it some days, and then he has it other days. I mean, obviously, his release order, he doesn't have armor. But... okay. Against the Storm is not leaving on December 1st, so I might have... I either have a year, or I have a month. Yeah, 7 had this. I mean, it almost makes me want to put 10 farther down, right? I mean, if 7 didn't have the fucked bosses and the shitty story, I mean, at least they were cooking in some areas, man. Do it now. I might, dude. This is an ear-opening experience, bros. A mind-opening experience. What the? Mouth shaking. I'm freaking, dude. I'm doing it, man. It's 7 tier for me, dude. It's just that disappointing. It's over. Still fun, just like 7, but problems in for different reason. I can't in good conscience. I didn't bitch about 3. I didn't bitch about 2. They had their issues, but like, come on, man. 10 feels like it's fun. Now I need some fucking proper ass East. That's what's cool about East is like it's still pretty unique. That speed, like I'm sure there's other games that do that in that ARPG formats out there. You know, you kind of get a little bit of like Zwei, I guess, but like that's what East is all about, baby. And everything always worked towards that. Like I said, to lose that is to just not even be East. And unless you're gonna replace it with something like equally good, which they didn't, What is it even? Believe in my heart. Which do I have that one on here? What is it from? I haven't put them all on here yet for some reason. Oh, I just passed it over. Oh yeah. Here we go. Fuck, man. And I could chill the Falcon music all day. I'm gonna start playing some crossbell music now, man. I don't know if I finished organizing that ever. I could. No. I don't think I even started. 0. So I need to be playing East 4. I just have kills from 0 on here right now. That's the only East I've got left right now to savor. We'll get to it for sure when I'm in the mood for that kind of thing, which I will be. We're in like heavy duty backlog right now, especially because I'm trying to get him kind of a bunch of shit knocked out before the end of the year. I think the Game Awards nominees are like in a week or something. We could shoot the shit about those, throw in a vote for a laugh, but I won't have Metaphor played by then. I mean, technically I could start like Metaphor like tomorrow if I wanted, but I don't know. I'd almost rather just put myself just for comfort. I don't want to make anything awkward for people. I don't have any of my gameplay cooking anyway, so it'll be fine. It's just that Metaphor's out of stock pretty hard, probably because it's so long. Well, what do we do? We swapped back to UFO 50. I wonder if I'm going to be able to run Indiana Jones. Let's see about that. E6 and post marinade. I mean, that's kind of what's going on right now. I'm marinating. I'm roasting. Enjoying some tunes. I think my UFO 50s, it's pretty fucking intense. And not an end of the day game in particular, but I still got a lot left in the day, I guess. We do an escape sim soon, Goto. We knocking that out. Talos Principle 3. Maybe when I'm doing Stalker, I'll be in the right setup for it. Maybe we could do a bit. Let me know. Okay. Yeah, the fan wins. We'll see how it's looking. I'll have Shadow probably tomorrow. So I'd like to bust through Shadow, which I don't think is more than 5-6 hours from what I understand. That should be fun. I like Sonic Generations pretty well. Roller Drums leaving Game Pass. You guys haven't played Roller Drum, that's pretty great. It's really fun gameplay. Sweaty fucking game. Super focused game. I'm just like fucking constant sweat, man. And it's short. Yeah, I mean, there's like multiple loops you can do and shit, but crank it out. Yeah, well, maybe I'll turn the stream off real quick and then see about doing some UFO 50. Or maybe I'll just chill for a few hours. We'll see. Anyways, folks, really appreciate you chit-chatting. Fun doing some East. It was a good stream time. Not literally a good stream time in the sense like I probably would have been better do it during the day, but it was a good time streaming it. Talking with folks about it. It's always cool playing East. We've been playing them for a long time on the stream. I feel pretty strong about them usually, so I gotta wonder if anybody even played this. I feel like the sales for this have to be like low. I don't know if it's gonna have a slow burn like 8 did, where it ended up selling quite a bit in the long run, but I mean, it's on PC. It's full price, $60. It's got 382 reviews at this point. Not massive, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, what does 9 have reviews wise? 1,500. I mean, reviews aren't the best way to describe shit, but I mean, generally, something in the same series is gonna. You could probably use that as like a little test. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously your longtime fans are gonna be more willing to like review it. So if you're not pulling in anybody else, but yeah, it's like I think it's still a good number. What about East 8, right? East 8's like 5,000 reviews. And I mean, these games, you gotta remember, why is East 8 got a low rating? Oh, it's because the port was horrible beforehand. Jesus, man. I'm looking at East 8 right now, dude. I'm looking at East 8 right fucking now, man. Pictures of it in Steam. And it straight as shit looks fucking better, man. like the fucking ground's got more stuff on it. The art direction's better. The fucking Vita game that has I almost would say it's got better fidelity. Maybe it doesn't, but it's damn close, and it definitely beats it in art direction. It's fucking crazy, man. Was there really that big of a leap between 7 and 8 in like 8 years? Did it take 8 years to go from 7 to 8? You really knew they wanted to cook with 8, man. Oh, so they meant it's on the Steam page. It says the first time in 8 years. Was it that long of a jump between Salsetta? Do they mean like a non-remake? Is that what they mean? Because Salsetta and 8 isn't that far apart. That's a Vita game too. Unless one's Vita start of life and one's Vita end of life, and I just don't know the release dates. But it's sad to me that East 8 has a lower Steam review score than East 10 just because of the old technical issues. But it's not 90% above, it's sad because some people aren't going to play it just because of that. Inspired by astrology Pisces or whatever? Why is this a category on Game Pass? What? Inspired by astrology. Monster Hunter Rise. Sea of Stars. Vampire Survivor. Persona 5. What the fuck is this? Who the fuck is making these categories on Game Pass, dude? They'll make these like little categories like a Netflix, like sports, mystery, that kind of shit. And it's just like, I mean, Jesus Christ, dude, just absolute nonsense, man. Has anybody here played Metal Slug Tactics yet? I don't plan on playing it, but apparently it's supposed to be like alright. It's not like very long. I'd rather play all the old Metal Slugs first, but... You're playing it, it's okay. Into the Breach 2.0. Okay. Just kind of quick and dirty. I ended up skipping over Into the Breach. Not because I thought it was gonna be like bad, I just kind of didn't get around to it at the moment and never came back. Comfy music? Tell me Cold Steel's at least comfy, alright? And it's not shonen bullshit the whole time. Tell me the comfy isn't just waifu shit too. Can you tell me that? I don't know, it's hard to beat the art style for the PSP games on comfiness. There's this like earthy looking color palette they kind of have. And like very dense like locations. And the old music and stuff, there's just, I don't know, maybe it's a nostalgic vibe. Hopefully that's Cold Steel. It's not gonna be okay. New biome. They got another update coming out? Or you're about to hit one? It's cool they keep cooking with that game, man. I need to just buy it at some point. Oh, I gotcha. I don't have the money right now, but Against the Stars, honestly, a game I'd probably rather just be cooking randomly with here and there instead of forcing my way through it quickly with Game Pass. I mean, I'm sure I'd enjoy it a lot if I just cranked it over a couple weeks anyways, but we'll see. It's a good game. Base DLC biome is terrible though. Fuck you over so hard, Jesus. Is it just like super like balanced towards the frogs or something, or fucking song almost sounded like a fucking Shimamura Parasite Eve song. Funny because it's for police too. Alright, well, I'm gonna swap over, I think, after a little break here. Or just chill for the rest of the day since we did cleared a lot of games on the FF15 today. Influence from reputation. Influence by expending food and some base resources. But it's like, are you like hard locked on resources because of your prestige? So it's like super duper tight. That's tough. Yeah, I mean, I won't be buying the DLC. I don't have it. I'll be playing with the base still. If I was gonna spend the money, I would just buy it on Steam, but... Oh, I see. You just don't even have it to get started. Oh shit, Geofront music. Comfy. Yeah, really, that this is the sewer song is just, it's funny, man. I mean, you do spend a lot of time in the sewer in this game. So how do you even, you just have to get lucky? Yeah, if you need resources to buy the buildings, but you can't get the resources without the buildings, then you're kind of just fucked. Got waterlogged ears, man. Yeah, that sounds fucked. Do you think they changed that? Maybe they will. I mean, I know they changed a lot of balance with the DLC patch. I mean, you don't have to have the DLC to get the patch, but... Let's find out. Listen to Cold Steel again. Borderline East songs, yeah. Yeah, hopefully next year I get end up doing a Cold Steel. Although I won't have family share, so I'll have to figure something else out. Yo, what's up, dude? You should. They're great. My favorite's next to the third one. Excellent games. Great slow build story and pace. So you're barely getting any blueprints done? That sounds super slow. What the fuck? I mean, one thing if the levels match the rarity of resource and blueprints shit, but... Yeah, that sounds rough. I'll probably try to avoid that. Big Yakuza Ishin? How'd you like it, buddy? Remake up the game. Crossbows. Which is what makes them getting crazier as you go through the game. That much more exciting. I had fun with Yakuza Ishin, but like as a remake it looks worse. It's got some pretty crappy side content grinds, like having to give gifts to people to get their subquests. I thought the procedural dungeons and the gacha bullshit was pretty boring. And the weapon upgrading system's so fucking unbalanced. You crank the main game. I don't know. It was cool. I think if you've played a lot of Yakuzas, the Yakuza-itis still sinks in pretty hard for me on Ishin, but it's different enough. I enjoyed it still. It's just like, I mean, it's also got this like very like reverent to history, but obviously it's not accurate to history thing, and it's kind of like, eh. Yeah, Newton. That's kind of how I was. I feel like I went into Ishin expecting it to be like really awesome, but I don't know. I don't know if it's the breadth of side content. I mean, it's got the zero combat, but it's not like that interesting. For me, it's all the side stuff is just a pain. Like I said, it's very grindy, and I don't like the upgrade system. It's still got nice looking cutscenes and like sometimes a fun main story, but I think it's worth playing if you like Yakuza because it's at least a mix up in location. But yeah, I don't know. It didn't hit for me like some of the other spin-offs. I much prefer like Judgment. Hell, I even had more of a laugh and fun out of Fist of the North Star or Lost Paradise than I did Ishin. At least that one's so over the top and goofy and shonen and stuff that with all the Yakuza problems it might have, or you kind of don't care as much. Because it's just Fist of the North Star, right? You're just fucking blowing dudes up and hitting guys with fucking gridirons and shit. Shaking cocktails and stuff for no reason. Where's the Wazi Hemisphere song? Bossy Man. Wazi Hemisphere. What a fucking name, dude. I mean, holy shit. Is there even a single person with as much of a soulful name in the entire Trail series? Or East? Fucking Wazi Hemisphere. What is that? Who the fuck whipped that one up, man? There's some guy who doesn't speak English and is just fucking was just like, man, these words sound kind of fun together. And then he just cooked, man. Yeah, Weissman's pretty awesome. It helps that his character is a lot of fun too. Weissman. He's pretty good. Yeah, I agree with you, Newton. It makes me wonder if Kenzen's any good. Because Kenzen was before Yakuza 3. And man, Yakuza 3's gameplay is stiff. I know they're like iffy on remaking Kenzen because it has like a prostitution angle they don't want to really... They're kind of weird about nowadays, but we'll see if they still remake it anyways. Change some shit. You couldn't tell it apart from an East 8 song? Yeah. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if it fits or not as long as it's good. No, yeah, that double bass and everything, I mean, this is totally like an East song. The fucking, the bass in the background, the guitar. Why does Ryan look so fucking boring when I look at him, dude? The Daybreak guy looks more fun. I think it's because he's got like an emotion on his face, or Ryan just kind of has this like steadfast anime protag look. Maybe I've just been like tainted by everybody's talk. He was designed by an in-house artist. Oh, really? Okay. That's good, man. Good song. Yeah, hopefully Daybreak 2 is good. Like, we were just talking about it. Apparently it's more iffy than the first one, but hopefully that's not the case. I'm surprised. I haven't played any Cold Steels yet. So I'm not catching up anytime soon. We'll see if I have a Cold Steel arc next year. If I lose my mind, maybe not. Same week as Pirate Yakuza. Yeah. Right fucking now, dude. Start the Cold Steel arc right now. No way, dude. No, I got Stalker in like 2 days. Gonna UFO 50 till then, and Shadow Generations probably. I want to do Metaphor. I was gonna do any RPG just free ball right now. It'd probably be SMP5. Metaphors, hopefully when they send it in, that'll be the one I actually do. I do think they'll be good streams though. And with the other SMT2 Giga Chans. Alright, I'm gonna stop for now. Might be back on with some UFO 50. Might just chill for the next couple hours or fall asleep early or something, I don't know. Or maybe I'll force him to give me a little strange journey. Go, what do you think?